Asking questions when it comes to keeping your kids safe in school. Also ahead, our friend Jill Martin is here to introduce us to an engineer turned entrepreneur solving a problem that many women can relate to.
And on Dad's Got This, meet the father and daughter who have pedaled right into the history books.
I can't wait to see it, so let's get started, Craig, because it's time for
Today in 30.
The coronavirus and the vaccination push. Pfizer's shot now the first to be fully approved by the FDA. Health officials are hoping it will motivate more Americans to get vaccinated. But what about the other shots? And what about a vaccine for kids under 12? We'll go one-on-one with Dr. Anthony Fauci in a moment. But first, NBC's Morgan Chesky is in Houston with our report. Morgan, good morning.
Hey, Chanel, good morning. And this new approval cannot come fast enough for the doctors and nurses facing this surge of unvaccinated. In the Houston area alone, COVID cases have nearly doubled in the last week. And now this new FDA approval is setting off a flurry of new vaccine requirements at schools, businesses, and universities. Everyone doing whatever they can to stem the tide of that Delta variant.
This morning, a new chapter in the COVID-19 fight, one that many hope will spur those still on the fence to finally get vaccinated.
The moment you've been waiting for is here. It's time for you to go get your vaccination and get it today.
The FDA granting full approval to Pfizer's Vaccine Monday for anyone 16 and up. Scientists scouring data from 40,000 trial participants, finding the shot's 91% effective in preventing COVID. The FDA review process taking less than half the normal amount of time.
The good news is that this effectiveness is not only against the old variant, but it is effective against the new variant, the Delta variant.
In a statement, the FDA went further, saying, although we approved this vaccine expeditiously, it was fully in keeping with our existing high standards for vaccines in the U.S. The approvals now set in motion a slew of vaccine requirements. The Pentagon announcing they'll mandate the country's nearly 1.5 million active duty service members be vaccinated. And United Airlines informing employees they must be fully vaccinated within the next 5 weeks.
Have a good first day.
Pfizer's full FDA approval comes as more children return to in-person school and pediatric COVID cases reach levels not seen since last year's winter surge. More than 180,000 cases added in the last week alone. This is 200,000 kids in Houston return to school Monday.
Our focus is to ensure that our students, staff, and community beyond our students and staff are safe.
But there are still holdouts.
I'm not really saying I'm going to do or not going to do. I'm just still thinking.
Overwhelmed healthcare workers now reaching their limit.
I feel some anger sometimes. They've pushed it aside and ignored our advice, and then they come back asking, and it's frustrating and heartbreaking.
And we're also hearing more from Pfizer's CEO, who says after reviewing data, he believes that follow-up booster dose will be a must-have for everyone 6 to 8 months after that initial vaccination. Craig?
Morgan Chesky for us there in Houston. Morgan, thank you. A lot to talk about as we welcome in Dr. Anthony Fauci once again. Dr. Fauci, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
You've expressed some confidence, Dr. Fauci, that this full approval is going to move the needle in terms of vaccinations. Is that because you think that previously skeptical of folks are going to suddenly rush out and get the shot? Or is that because more private companies will be able to mandate that they get the shot?
It's going to be both. There's a survey that shows that about 30% of the people who have not gotten vaccinated and have been reluctant to get vaccinated have said that once they get what they consider the stamp of approval, the final imprimatur from the FDA, that they would very seriously consider getting vaccinated. So that's one element. The second element is what you just said on the piece, is that there will now be much more enthusiasm in mandating vaccines, be they in corporations, places of employment, universities, colleges, the military. All of that, I believe, will contribute greatly to the number of people vaccinated. And the third thing is that the company, in this case Pfizer, can now advertise. So there'll be a lot more advertisement out there, which you were not allowed to do unless you did get full approval. So I believe those three things working together hopefully we'll get a lot more people vaccinated.
Well, let's talk about this group that's still not eligible. And as a parent of two small children under the age of 12, What's the likelihood that group is going to be able to get the shot before the Christmas holidays?
You know, I think there's a reasonable chance that that'll be the case. What's going on right now is that the companies, both Pfizer and Moderna, at least two of them, as well as working with the NIH Clinical Trials Group in my own institute, are working very hard to get data on both the safety, the correct dose, as well as the immunogenicity, namely the predictability that these vaccines will be effective. We're collecting that data now. That data ultimately will be presented to the FDA to look at it for the balance between safety and risk-benefit ratio for the children. I hope all of that process will take place expeditiously and that we will have it on the timetable that you just mentioned, hopefully by the mid-late fall and early winter.
All right. But before I let you go, over the past week, roughly 1,000 Americans have died every day from the virus. We know that nationwide cases are up. In a lot of places, hospitalizations are up as well. But here's the thing, as you know, roughly, I believe 73% of the eligible population right now, they've gotten the shot, Dr. Fauci. Do you see a light at the end of the tunnel?
You know, I do, and it's going to totally be up to us. If we get the overwhelming majority of those 80 to 90 million people who had not yet been vaccinated, who've been reluctant to get vaccinated or had not had the opportunity, I believe we can see light at the end of the tunnel, where we reach a point where there's enough of a veil of protection over the community that you see a dramatic diminution not only in cases, but in hospitalizations and ultimately, of course, in deaths.
Are you talking fall, winter, early spring?
You know, it's going to depend on us. It really is.
Okay.
It's in our hands. Our fate is in our own hands. It probably will be, you know, as I've said a couple of times, if we do it right and get through the winter, I hope as we get to the spring of 2022, we'll be there. I hope so. It's up to us.
Dr. Anthony Fauci. Dr. Fauci, thanks as always, sir. Do appreciate you. Swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are back on the plaza with our ongoing series, Coronavirus in the Classroom. This morning, a major topic of conversation and contention, unvaccinated children.
Yes, several steps remain before kids under 12 will be eligible for the vaccine. In fact, the FDA recently revealed it could be early to midwinter.
But the urgency for that approval mounting with a new study showing child cases have jumped significantly. Check this out. From about 38,000 per week in July to 180,000 last week. So how can we keep our kids safe as the new school year gets underway? Well, we brought in our team of experts to answer your questions. And we're going to start this morning with senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres. So, Dr. Torres, let's start with that study because we haven't seen those kinds of numbers, I think, since last winter, if I'm correct. What's behind them, and what does that tell us about COVID in our children?
And right, Craig, we haven't seen those numbers since the winter. Those certainly aren't numbers we want to see. But what we are seeing are these children getting more infected, and unfortunately more of them are ending up in a hospital as well. The reason this is happening is because as numbers overall go up, children are going to get infected as well. And so they're being essentially drug along with these higher case counts. And this is the unvaccinated that are causing this issue of these widespread outbreaks around the country. Now, these numbers aren't as accurate as we'd like them to be, because some states are reporting children 0 to 14-year-olds. Other states are saying 0 to 20 years old, but at the same time, we do know that absolutely numbers are going up. We need to do what we can to protect the children, Craig.
All right, we reached out to a parent group, Dr. Torres, to talk about or to ask about the number one topic of conversation. No surprise, perhaps, masking. This is a question. This is a question from Terry. Terry's a mom of 2 young children.
Our son is high risk, but he really needs in-person learning. What should we do?
Dr. Torres, what do you say?
In an ideal situation, everybody in the school would be masked, teachers, staff, all the students, but we know that's not how it is across the country right now. And so the main thing to do is, number one, make sure your child wears a mask. That's extremely important, and talk to them about wearing a mask all day long. On top of that, look for what's happening in the classroom. Are they social distancing? Are they staying in pods or cohorts? Are they staying in classrooms where they have these assigned pods? And then find out about testing protocols, what's happening there. You know, talk to the teacher. Even though masks aren't required, are most students wearing masks, or are most students not wearing masks? And then at that point, you might need to make a decision and say, I'm going to pull them out of the classroom for a while, unfortunately, but at the same time, you want to make sure your child is protected as possible. So the main point is just do your homework right now before they go to school, so you understand what's going on while they're in school, Craig.
All right, useful information. Dr. Torres, thank you.
Let's turn now to the end of summer activities. For that, we are going to say good morning to NBC's investigative and consumer correspondent, Vicki Nguyen. Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning to you.
We have good questions this morning.
Yeah.
Let's start with the first one. A lot of people are trying to squeeze in a trip maybe before school starts. If your kids are unvaccinated, talk to me about the risk for putting them on an airplane.
This is always a personal calculation of the risk versus reward. So the first question you want to ask yourself is, what is my child's health? Do they have any pre-existing conditions that if they got COVID, it would be complicated? Next, where are you going? What is the infection rate where you're going to be? And then I would ask, what are you planning to do? It's going to be a lot lower risk if you're visiting vaccinated family members and hanging out outside versus if you're going somewhere you're going to be out in public in crowded indoor spaces with folks.
That's a good point. All right, speaking of getting together, let's talk about that. You want to get together with your family. We have a question from Allison in North Carolina. Let's roll the tape and then we'll talk.
I'm wondering what we need to know about play dates. Can my kids go to crowded playgrounds without masks?
That's a good one.
Yeah, well, assuming your kids are 12 and under 12 and unvaccinated, you definitely want to avoid any sort of indoor playgrounds, any place where the air smells stale or it's stuffy or it's poor ventilation. When it comes to outdoor playgrounds, the good news here is we've talked to a ton of public health experts who have children themselves. They all agree being outdoors is a good time to give kids a mask break. The one caveat is, look, if you're in an outdoor playground where your kid is in constant close contact with other kids for 10 to 15 minutes, you might want to go to a less crowded space or consider putting them in a mask.
Especially now that the weather is nice, we'll try to keep them outside while we can.
Right.
Good advice. Thank you, Vicki.
Yep.
All right. Steph Rule joins us now with how to keep your kids safe if you're returning to the office in the fall. Steph, we're going to start with Stacy in Michigan, who has a question.
With offices reopening, what precautions should vaccinated parents take if they have unvaccinated kids at home?
Tom, I know you and I both have this question, too. We've got unvaccinated kids at home who are young. Well, we have already done the hardest part. We have gotten vaccinated ourselves. That is the best way to protect our kids. Now, if we're going back to work in person, consider wearing a mask both indoors and outdoors while we're traveling to work. Also, if we work in a shared workspace, and get information. Ask your employer, is there a mask mandate here? Are people showing proof of vaccination? The more information you can get from your employer, the better it will be, the position you'll be in to assess the risk for yourself and your family.
You know, Steph, so many companies are now encouraging employees to come back to work in office. If you do have kids at home, you're vaccinated, they're not. But if you just have concerns about coming back, how do you have that conversation with your boss without feeling like, look, I'm not being lazy, I'm just concerned?
Okay, well, know going into this that it can be very politically charged, so try to be calm and empathetic. Don't wait to have this conversation until it's the day you're expected back at work. Have it early. Explain your family situation, see if they can make some accommodations, and again, go back to seeing if your employer can require proof of vaccination, offer regular testing for employees, and if other coworkers have the same concerns, you don't want to gang up on your boss. But if you're in a similar situation, go to your boss together so you can sort of talk through this and find a solution that works for most of everyone.
All right, some great advice there, Steph. Thanks so much. Guys, you know, it's a tough conversation. These people, they want to go back to work. They don't want to lose their job, but they're also concerned about their family.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey, Today in 30, we're continuing our She Made It series, Entrepreneurs Who Won't Give Up. And I love the story of Minky Blue. You will recognize this face when you see her because she pitched us this idea 5 years ago. And now she's back and she's chugging along and she's going to show you her happy dance.
Today, lifestyle and commerce contributor Jill Martin met an engineer turned entrepreneur who was solving a problem that many women can relate to. Good morning.
Good morning. Overload bag syndrome.
Oh, yeah.
How many times? Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Every woman has been there where you're carrying so many bags, things are falling out, and so she solved the problem. This is amazing. And the last time we saw Minky Blue founder, Cheryl Mosey, she was right here on the Today Show 5 years ago when she pitched her handbag business. Remember this series?
Yes.
To us as a budding entrepreneur. Since then, she's found success all over the world. Take a look.
I don't want to wake up one day and say, I wish I shoulda, coulda. I want to be able to say, at least I tried.
23 years ago, when Cheryl Mosey was let go from her aerospace job, she turned her misfortune into an opportunity to help others.
I started a nonprofit organization where I raised money to help single moms in college pay for childcare. But while I was working with the moms, I would see them carrying their diaper bag and their book bag and sometimes their purse. And I started thinking about this idea for this new type of bag where I could organize and separate items, but I didn't have any experience. So I was like, well, I don't know if I can really do this.
Cheryl set out to find a solution for what she calls overload bag syndrome. But without a background in fashion, she didn't know where to start.
I didn't know anything about manufacturing, sourcing, design. And so I started talking to people who knew more than I did. and really engaging with the industry.
How did you get your first sample made?
I can't sew, I can hardly draw, so I actually went to Target. I bought a bag of the same size and same shape of what I had in my head, and I just started cutting it up and manipulating the bag and bringing that vision to life.
That's like everything right there, and you did it.
In just 30 days, Cheryl raised funds through a Kickstarter campaign, and combined with her savings, she launched Minky Blue in 2014. But it came with its challenges.
What was your first order? Do you remember it?
Yeah, oh yeah, because it was too much for someone just starting a business who had no customer base or anything. I ordered 1,200 bags, and that was way too much.
So what did you do?
Unfortunately, with that first production, 30% of my product was defective. That was really, really hard. I mean, there were many nights that I cried because I lost a lot of money. And I realized that I needed to slow down. And then I just really learned what I could before I went to produce any more bags. All of the bags have this panel here.
Cheryl designed her versatile bags with both function and style in mind, securing 2 utility patents for her fashion brand.
This is a shelf in the middle of the bag that converts the bag from 2 compartments to 1.
Today, the direct-to-consumer brand has sold thousands of handbags since its launch, shipping worldwide as far as Australia and South Africa.
Do you ever sit back and think how proud you are of yourself that you didn't give up?
I do, because sometimes we beat ourselves up so much. I feel so blessed of all that I've accomplished, and I do these little dance spurts to remind myself of the happiness.
You're on the Today Show. Can I see a dance spurt?
I just celebrate my dance spurt, and I just say thank you. I'm so grateful.
What do you hope other entrepreneurs will learn from you? Somebody who feels that frustration and has those tears that you had.
I would just say nothing beats a failure but a try. So take that first step and make your own prototype.
And then do the dance.
And do the happy dance.
Okay, so the bags are incredible. The organization is incredible because she has a place we could see right here. Okay, so if you go in the middle ped, there's a place for your shoes, for your workout clothes. We showed you in that. And then there's a place for your lunch, and there's a zipper inside. It's patented for the adjustable shelf.
Rejigger this a little bit. I would carry this.
Al is helping. Al has an idea. If we just make it black with black straps,
that's right.
It'll be for men, and he'll be on his bicycle with it. And I just want to say that we should all take a moment and do the happy dance because we deserve it.
You know who's not doing the happy dance?
Everybody
Our
do the
producer
happy
Greeny in
dance.
the control room. Wrap it up. Greeny said wrap it up.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This morning in Dad's Got This, a father and daughter who bonded over a love of biking. But probably not the kind of bike you're thinking about. Randy and Amy Olenek, they ride high wheel bikes, and they have pedaled right into the history books.
We're gonna ride with Bill.
Yeah.
I started riding high wheels back in 1991 when I was asked to join a high wheel bicycle band that was being formed for the Great American Brass Band Festival in Danville, Kentucky.
Soon after, Randy and his family joined the Wheelman Organization. It's an international group that collects, restores, and shows antique bicycles.
My daughter wanted to ride with the Wheelman, but the girls all had to wear dresses and ride the safety bikes, and she did not want anything to do with the dresses. So she said, Dad, get me some knickers. I'm learning to ride a high wheel.
How old was she?
She was 13, I believe.
And the rest is history.
And the rest is history. I've been riding with her since.
I like riding with my dad because I definitely feel safe and secure. Often I think about what's going to go wrong. And so having somebody as a backup like, yep, we're going to be fine, just helps you get out of that negative mindset.
But one pivotal event led to the ride of a lifetime.
I had a very dear friend of mine. He says, I'm going to the doctor. He goes to the doctor, diagnosed with colon cancer. Two months later, he passes away.
His death gave Randy and Amy the push to ride cross-country on their high-wheel bikes together.
And as soon as he passed away, that was the straw that said, we're going, because you just don't know. Ray rode on the back of my bike as a guardian angel all the way across the country and looked over us.
The journey was 57 days, over 3,314 miles. They started in San Francisco and ended in Boston, Massachusetts.
I definitely learned a lot about my dad during the trip. He's the map person, but I'm the Google Map person. And of course, when you're out riding for hours, you want to talk about something. I would try and ask my dad about like his past, because as a kid, you don't ask your parents about those things.
Amy was attempting to be the first woman to ride across. Unfortunately, another wheelman started several months before. So I started thinking, I enjoyed the trip so much, I'm going north to south. And I told Amy, no woman has done both. So you're number 2 there, but if you do this, you will be the first woman. And of course, Amy said,
sign me up.
When you were on that cross-country track, what surprised you most about your daughter?
When you raise your children, you raise them up to like 18 and you send them off, but they're always kids to you. But she came back as an adult, so I got to learn what a great adult she had turned out to be. So it wasn't until after that it really dawned on me how special the time was. You're trying to get across the country and everything, but after the fact, when someone comes and says, that's the greatest thing you did with your daughter, and you're thinking like, yeah, it really was.
Why was it so emotional when you finished that trip with Amy?
When you finally get to the end there, you've made it, and you're sitting there with your daughter, and she reaches over and puts her arm around you, and it's done. And you just get like this, to be there with her, to experience that. But
making memories, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another memory to add to their arsenal, completing their 5th 100-mile bike ride on Mackinac Island this past month.
It's nice to have something in common with your parents. Just having an activity to do together is very bonding.
No chains here.
No chains.
No gears here.
No, as soon as chain and gear got here, these bikes disappeared overnight.
But you do have a bell.
You do have a bell. Get the horses out of the way.
That was the purpose back then?
Back then, yeah.
And what purpose does it serve now?
Get the people out of the way.
And by people, he means me. While I wasn't ready to ride myself, Randy did show me how it's done.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Holy smokes. You make it look so easy. You make it look so easy. Oh!
Wow, that's high. Like it's a long drop if you tip over.
But he said, you get the hang of it pretty quickly. No brakes either, by the way.
It's crazy.
Really? Wow. So how do you stop?
No gear, no
You
brakes.
can't put your foot down.
No, it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. Randy and Amy, by the way, they've been riding for more than 20 years. They'll probably continue for another 20 years. For more on their story and others, you can head to today.com/Dad's Got This.
Great story. I loved that.
We hope you're back with us for another big morning tomorrow here on Today. We're going to have Some really great deals to get you ready for the fall season.
I love it. Have a great day, and we'll see you all tomorrow right here on Today.
Welcome to All Day. Over the next my favorite interviews with you. These conversations include ads across the country and he laughs on them as well. So get ready for more. All day. For years, good for the fantastic man. Rachel Green.
Which why Stars have a more prominent role in that HBO Max reunion special.
Well, it turns out Michael, as he is known, was not able to attend in person because privately he's been battling a very serious health issue. And this morning, for the first time, he's sharing his news with us.
I'm sorry to say that I'm not appearing today with you to announce that there's going to be a Friends movie. Actually, I'm here to let you know that in September of 2018, I was diagnosed with advanced prostate cancer, which had spread to my bones.
Here you go. For 10 seasons on the hit show Friends, James Michael Tyler played Gunther, the sarcastic manager of Central Perk, Coffee House, and Hangout for the 6 main characters.
Hey, Gunther, have you seen Chandler?
I thought you were Chandler. But one of you's over there.
When you were a part of that reunion a few weeks ago and you appeared via Zoom, what were you feeling in that moment?
It was bittersweet, honestly. It was my decision not to be a part of that physically, basically because I didn't want to bring a downer on it. You know, that was a celebration of 25 years. You know, I didn't want it to be like, oh, and by the way, Gunther has cancer. You know what I mean?
Do the cast members know?
Yes, at this point, I'm sure. David Schwimmer has corresponded with me via Instagram. The producers are aware. They've been aware for a long time.
Michael's prostate cancer was discovered during a routine physical almost 3 years ago when he was 56. His doctor had added a PSA test to his blood work, his first. The PSA, or prostate-specific antigen test, is the gold standard for screening for prostate cancer. It's recommended at 40 for African-American men and men with a family history of cancer, and age 45 for all others.
It turns out I have prostate cancer. Good news is we caught it early.
The PSA test is also how our own Al Roker first discovered his prostate cancer diagnosis last November. A normal PSA number is around 1. Michael's was 654.
What's the prognosis?
Well, for my specific prognosis, it's, of course, a stage 4, late stage cancer. So eventually, you know, it's going to probably get me.
Since his diagnosis, Michael had been treated with hormone therapy, which had him feeling well enough to visit us at the Today Show in 2019.
Gunther is here. James, Michael, Tyler.
When you were in the studio for the reunion, how were you feeling then?
I was feeling fine, honestly. I had no symptoms.
During the pandemic, Michael's cancer mutated, causing fractures in his bones and tumors up and down his spine. He can no longer walk.
What would you have done differently, Michael?
Well, I would have listened to my wonderful wife, who has been my absolute strength throughout all of this. I would have gone in earlier and, you know, would have been hopefully caught earlier. Next time you go in for just a basic exam or your yearly checkup, please ask your doctor for a PSA test. Caught early, 99% treatable.
Dr. Matthew Reddick, Michael's oncologist at UCLA, agrees early detection is key.
With prostate cancer, it's a little bit different than the other cancers in that when it is diagnosed early, it's almost always cured. When it's diagnosed late, it's rarely, if ever, cured.
Michael, you spent so many years making us smile and making us laugh, and that is always going to be part of your legacy. And now you can add saving lives to that legacy as well.
I certainly hope so, Craig. My goal this past year was to see my 59th birthday. I did that. My goal now is to help save at least one life.
And he will. This morning, he will. We want to wish Michael the very best. He and his family will obviously be in our thoughts and prayers, and we encourage everyone to learn more about the prostate cancer screening recommendations from the Prostate Cancer Foundation. Michael's become very active with the Prostate Cancer Foundation, and you can find out a little bit more about that foundation at today.com.
And we are back with a heartwarming story from Craig about the power of second chances. A judge lifting up a defendant instead of punishing him.
Yes, you know, it all started when two men met 16 years ago as judge and the convicted drug dealer, and their connection grew into something much, much more. Edward Martell became Edward Martell Esquire recently.
I, Edward Martell, do solemnly swear.
Sworn into the Michigan bar by Judge Bruce Morrow.
It is hereby ordered that Edward Francis Martell be and is hereby admitted to practice as an attorney and counselor at law.
But it wasn't Martell's first appearance in front of Judge Morrow. That was 16 years ago.
What was on that lengthy rap sheet of yours?
You know, there was anything from possession of cocaine to delivery of crack cocaine and just a plethora of other violations.
Ed Martell grew up in the Detroit area, the son of a single mother. As a teenager, he lost his way.
By 15, I was selling drugs. By 16, 17, I was selling harder drugs and dropped out of school and left the home.
At 27 years old, he was caught in a drug sting.
What was the potential sentence then?
So I was facing a 1 to 20 year sentence for 2 counts.
Would life have been different?
The judge that sentenced him, Judge Morrow.
Judge Morrow, what kind of judge are you?
I am a hippie, 1960s, hard-working, believe in the best of people, loving on everybody I can type of judge.
Judge Morrow's unconventional style, a source of controversy, as he currently stands accused of using graphic and inappropriate language in the court. But when it came to Martell, instead of sentencing him to prison time, the judge put him on probation and issued a challenge.
He said, Mr. Martell, I challenge you. Be a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. You don't have to be out here selling drugs. And I believe you have greatness in you, and I accepted that challenge.
You saw something in him.
I saw a young man who was bright, intelligent, resilient, optimistic, and lost. You know, it was pretty simple. And, you know, I see my job as trying to provide opportunities for people that come in front of me to reintegrate them back into society and make them, assist them in trying to be everything that they want to be.
And what did Martell, a convicted felon, want to be? A lawyer. But the community college where he enrolled suggested something else: heating and cooling.
They're trained to, if you have a criminal record, suggest the heating and cooling. We went back and forth, and eventually they agreed to let me take the prerequisites for the paralegal program.
Martell graduated summa cum laude from the community college and ultimately got a scholarship to both the undergrad and law program at the University of Detroit Mercy.
Throughout all of this, you're still staying in touch with someone. Who?
Throughout this whole process, you know, Judge Morrow has been there. After I got off probation, I would just come in and hang out in his courtroom, and when I walk in, he'd just smile. We developed this father-son relationship. I never had a father growing up in the home, but if I imagine if I did it, you know, this is what he would be like.
So after Martell passed the Michigan bar exam and convinced the Character and Fitness Board his days as a criminal were long gone, it only made sense that the judge who saw his potential and not his past would swear him in.
Edward Francis Martell, as a lawyer in the state.
What did that moment mean to you? What did it feel like?
It was full circle, just to reach the finish line and, you know, and then have him there to meet me and congratulate me and hug me and swear me in. You know, it's surreal.
Judge, what was that moment like for you?
I was filled with joy for Ed because he did the hard work. All I had to do was support him and love him as much as I could, give him advice when he needed it, and just always just tell him I'm there and mean it and be there.
Wow.
Nice.
More than advice, the judge gave him a second chance. And to mark the occasion, by the way, Martell, he got a monogram briefcase from Perkins Law Firm, and he's focusing on criminal law, not surprising. And he went on to say that he is living proof that love and opportunity equals success.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Well, Craig, George Floyd's death and some other high-profile cases have certainly led to a serious debate about the role of law enforcement. And you visited one of the nation's newest police academies where they're grappling with that. Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, you know, Chanel, over the past few years, there have been calls, including here in Minneapolis, of course, to defund police. There have been waves of early retirements by police officers. Stepping into this moment, 9 students graduating today, by the way. And they're graduating from the police academy at Lincoln University. It's the first ever at a historically black college or university.
Hands up! Don't shoot!
As protests erupted across the country last year, Chief Gary Hill was planning to do something to make a difference.
Like I started a police academy for.
He's the chief of police at Lincoln University in Jefferson City, Missouri, an historically black college founded for black veterans of the Civil War.
The first officer, and
this year, Lincoln became the first HBCU to open its own police academy.
How did this come to be?
So I started calling the contacts that I've made over the last 20 years. People were like, that is a great idea. Why hasn't anyone thought about that? De-escalation, as far as use of force.
The 9 students in the program are set to graduate today. And for the chief, it's a mission accomplished.
What is it about this mission that was so compelling?
When I went to the academy, there were 26 of us. And it may have been me and one other black person in that academy. So I felt like it was my mission to try to change that.
The latest research shows 67% of police officers in the United States are white. Just over 12% are black. That closely mirrors the racial makeup of the general population. But recent data shows that 2/3 of large police departments are whiter than the communities they police. Among the students at the police academy is Andre Jefferson.
When you told friends and family that you wanted to go into law enforcement, were they supportive?
Some, yes, some, no. Because some are doing wrong, but that's the life they live. They're gonna have to live their life, I'm gonna have to live mine.
The day we were there, the students put what they'd learned to the test. Chief Hill set up a mock road rage incident. The students didn't know what they were responding to.
You were speeding through the light.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm Officer Henderson.
It becomes obvious pretty quickly that they're not in the classroom anymore.
Hey, one at a time, sir.
No, listen to me.
Andre arrives as backup.
Over here and talk to you.
That's ridiculous.
Together, they manage to separate the enraged drivers.
Index, end of scenario,
When it's over, the chief does not sugarcoat the criticism.
And we get here and there's chaos going on. What should you have done?
Separate.
Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
But he also works to build up his students.
Have faith and confidence in yourself, okay? Because when you get out there and you don't have faith and confidence in yourself, they will know that.
You are sending these recruits into law enforcement at a time when you could make the argument that the relationship between the police and the policed has never been as complicated. What do you hope they accomplish, these recruits, when they start?
I hope they accomplish, one, they get into the field and they stay into it. And I hope that they don't stop their education. And I hope that they set the example for other people that look like them. That is, for me, that is a huge accomplishment.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Tiaja Fairley is next. She's from East St. Louis and says she'd never seen a black female officer growing up.
Sorry, what's your name?
She kept the fact that she'd entered a police academy a secret from family and friends until recently. During the exercise, she's able to de-escalate the situation.
Can you stay right here? I'm gonna talk to him.
We talked to her afterward.
I feel like it's just learning how to talk to people.
Tiaja now dreams of becoming a homicide detective.
I feel like I could be a role model, kind of. Well, I hope to be a role model because I've never seen nothing like this.
Calm both the parties down.
What the chief sees is young people getting career training while helping their communities. For him, a dream come true.
Tell him what you were going to do.
If that's the future of the force, we are in good shape, by the way. The chief says that they've already had 13 applicants for their next class at the police academy. And all of the students that we talked to who are graduating today at Lincoln, they all have jobs lined up. And the response beyond Lincoln has been pretty incredible as well. Departments around the country have sent messages of support. Some of those departments have even donated gear to that program as well, guys.
And Craig, as you showed earlier, there are some white kids in that class, some black kids, and their discussion kind of informs how they're going to be police officers because they get to see it from both sides.
Yeah, and in fact, the chief told me out that the discussions that they have in class, those discussions are really the only thing that separates their training from traditional law enforcement training there in the state of Missouri. They've spent a fair amount of time over the past few months talking about what we've been watching unfold in our country and hearing those different viewpoints in the class. The students told me that it's really shaped and molded how they view the world, the kind of officers they're going to become.
Really fascinating. Craig, thanks for bringing us that.
Thanks, Craig.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, guys. You know, when you talk about Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, hard not to focus on the performance of Chadwick Boseman because this was his last role before his untimely death at the age of 43. It's a performance that hit me pretty hard since I lost my brother last week to the same disease, colon cancer, also at the same age, 43. This conversation took place while I was traveling home last week for his services. I asked how Boseman's presence, on the set affected the cast.
I got talent. Me and this home, we's tight. If my daddy had a known I was gonna turn out like this, he would have named me Gabriel.
It's a bittersweet moment when Chadwick Boseman first appears on screen as an ambitious young musician in Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. Boseman's stirring and moving performance is alongside Viola Davis, who plays the real-life mother of the blues, Ma Rainey. The film, set in Chicago in the 1920s, is an adaptation of the 1984 Broadway play of the same name, written by Pulitzer Prize winner August Wilson.
Go get the boy a microphone.
Directed by George C. Wolfe, the story focuses on a recording session with Ma Rainey and her jazz band, a group of talented musicians with complicated relationships played by Coleman Domingo, Michael Potts, Glenn Turman, and Boseman on the trumpet.
Chadwick was playing all the time. He had that daggone horn in his hands at every moment. You know, when you heard cut, you'd still hear Chadwick.
Yeah. About them songs I give you.
He grabs the audience by the collar immediately with his performance.
Coleman, one of the most powerful scenes to me was that scene in which you and Chadwick Boseman are going back and forth about God and religion and betrayal. And I understand that was also a scene that you found fairly emotional.
Well, I won't give so much away, but basically it is an argument about faith and about God's will. And why do terrible things happen to good people? And in that scene, I think there were some cracks and it touched us all dearly. Glenn, Michael, and I. Chadwick, we didn't know his struggle, but I feel that there was something on the verge there and it broke through. But it needed also these other three Black men with him to help him with that.
Knowing what we know now about what he was going through as he was portraying this character, how did he do it?
When I tell you, not one person saw it.
At all.
At all. The man, we all say he always demanded, George, can I get one more? Can I get one more? He always wanted to do another take. He was a consummate professional.
And he was having a good time. And that was the thing. I mean, you had all this superhuman strength, but you had someone who was truly enjoying the process of doing this and being here. It was incredibly important to him.
The way that you managed to bring the stage play to life. George, what was it like bringing this one in particular to life?
I know everybody says it, but it was a joy because when you go into the room with smart people who are passionate, it's really special and magical. I have this little saying about collaboration, which is careful who you marry because that's who the child is going to look like. And in this case, I married an endless parade of smart, brilliant people.
Michael, the music in the film, it rivals the acting. Did you learn how to play these instruments, or?
Yeah, we did. We didn't have a choice. George would not tell us how well we needed to learn the instruments. He never. And so we joked that we would hear each other rehearse and then get back to work. Because we wanted to make sure we were not outdone. So that's probably why we became as proficient as we did.
Many of the film's themes feel relevant today. The screenplay weaves racism, Black identity, ambition, and how that intersects with the struggle to achieve the American dream.
Here's a film set in the 20s, but it felt like there were so many parallels to the times in which we find ourselves right now. specifically the Black Lives Matter movement.
That's attributed to August Wilson and his foresight as a playwright and a human being. All the questions that he asked, what are we going to do as a people, as a Black people? Where is the Black man today? Those are the nucleuses of our universe right now.
I so enjoyed my conversation with those guys, and it really is, objectively speaking, I mean, it's a phenomenal film, especially when you watch it, knowing, again, what we know about where Chadwick Boseman was in his struggle with cancer. It really is phenomenal.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Dancing on the stage is very exhilarating to show your expressions through movement.
"16-year-old Jimmy Long has been dancing competitively since he was 6 years old. But 2 years ago, his passion for dance was momentarily challenged by some teasing audience members during a performance at a local school.
Some of the students were saying derogatory comments and some slurs.
The comments thrown at Jimmy and the other male dancers were homophobic slurs. Jimmy's dad, Greg Long, drove Jimmy and his friends home after the incident, and a new motto for their dance troupe was born.
The phrase itself, dance on, how was that born?
I got to listen to how 8 or 9, 12-year-olds processed bigotry, homophobia. Instead of getting angry, I decided to make just a t-shirt for them. I came up with, hey, we're just gonna dance on. We're just gonna move past this.
2 years from those first t-shirts, Dance On, now a full-fledged nonprofit organization that has sold thousands of shirts and other Dance On apparel. All of the proceeds have gone directly to scholarships for financially at-need dancers.
You turned those homophobic slurs that were being hurled at your son into quite a bit of good.
It really was just saying, hey, you don't stop because somebody feels that you shouldn't be doing that. And even if it doesn't become your career, it does become your experience, and it fuels everything in life.
You ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready.
In 2018, Greg's son Jimmy was invited to Chicago's United Center Arena to share the anti-bullying message of Dance On before former First Lady Michelle Obama took the stage for the launch of her Becoming book tour.
I'm becoming an advocate for anti-bullying, and I love to dance.
When you were standing backstage, what was going through your mind?
I lost it. I admittedly had tears coming down my face. The strength that it takes for somebody like that to stand in front of 20,000 people and say, I've been bullied and I'm not going to let it stop me from what I like to do. It's a proud moment. It's a proud moment. Sorry, getting a little emotional.
How could it not be a proud moment?
I definitely couldn't have done this without my dad. He helped me realize a lot of important lessons, like stay true to yourself. And he just is super supportive.
Part of that support has been organizing master classes and events with professional male dancers who often share their own stories of being bullied. They've also helped the group by choreographing conceptual dance videos that amplify their message of acceptance and tolerance.
It's been a very humbling experience for me, especially since I don't know the world that he lives in. So it's been nice to kind of be a part of that, as opposed to just being the dad who claps very loudly in the back of the auditorium.
It's a testament to how far a father will go to help a child pursue his dreams. It's remarkable.
Hi, Today All Day. We have a great show for you on this Tuesday morning. Let's kick it off with pop star Carson is back, and he is covering all the busy headlines for us this morning. The Rock surprised a group of lucky tourists in Hollywood. Take a look.
I haven't gotten a Carson Daily pop start in about a month.
Oh, you're missing out.
I mean,
Good morning. That was a heck of a month. Good month.
Come on. It was not.
Come on. Utter those words.
I've been feeding it.
Let's get God bless you. A lot to get to today. This is great. This video I'm about to show you. Dwayne Johnson over the weekend, The Rock surprised a very lucky tour bus in his neighborhood. Have you seen this now? Oh, yeah. Filled with Hollywood sightseers. One of those tour buses, and he drives by. Take a look.
There's a tour bus here. It always tours through my neighborhood. Hey, you guys know where I can find The Rock? How you guys doing? I'll wait. Don't worry.
Like one of the few presidents in Hollywood that could just pull up and you immediately, it's like, oh, it's The Rock.
And he's such a good sport about it, too.
No, he loves it. He wrote a caption for the Instagram post. It said, one of the cool parts of fame and my job, making a few folks happy, and he definitely made their day, as you saw. All right, next up is Ed Sheeran. On Monday, the music superstar shared a sneak peek inside a recent recording session. Surprisingly, he wasn't there in the studio laying down tracks for his upcoming Equals album. Instead, Ed was in the studio recording harmonies for Taylor Swift's 2012 song, Everything Has Changed. Here's a listen.
All I know is we said hello, and your eyes look like coming home. All I know is a simple name, and everything has changed. All I know is you held the door. You'll be mine and I'll be yours. All I know since yesterday is everything has changed.
Everything Has Changed comes from Swift's 2012 Red album, which she is preparing to re-release in November, along with a whole lineup of new songs and collaborations. I believe 30 songs in total. Sheeran slated to be featured on the track you just heard, and also another track called Run, which the two friends actually wrote together back when they first met. You can check it out when Red, Taylor's version, drops November 19th.
And we are back with a geological wonder that has a history as rich as it is natural beauty.
Yeah, we're talking about Mammoth Cave down in Kentucky. It's the longest cave system in the world. And NBC's Gotti Schwartz is taking us inside. Hey, Gotti.
Hey, good morning, guys. For thousands of years, humans have been descending into Mammoth Cave to marvel at its wonder. And a lot of the early exploration down here was done by slaves who are being honored today by a very special tour guide whose family history is literally written on the walls of this cave.
Do you remember the first time you came through the entrance here?
I remember being about 4 or 5 years old. Mom and Dad would bring us down here to Mammoth Cave often.
Jerry Bransford is 74 years old, and Mammoth Cave is in his blood.
This is everything that a cave named Mammoth ought to look like right here. My favorite room, the rotunda.
Created over millions of years by an underground river, Mammoth Cave is the world's longest cave system. Over 400 miles mapped and potentially another 600 miles unexplored. But to fully appreciate its grandeur, you have to know a little about its history and Jerry's.
Everybody talking about. Looks like there's excavation. Well, what you're seeing here is results of approximately 70 black men brought here to make gunpowder components for the War of 1812.
Gunpowder used to help defeat the British and solidify America's independence.
And that was for the fight for freedom that they didn't have.
A fight for freedom that these poor men didn't have.
After the War of 1812, the cave was purchased with designs on tourism. That's where Jerry comes in.
How long has your family been connected to the cave?
Well, we began in 1838, and we were here continuously till 1941.
1838 to 1941?
Yes.
Who was the first Bransford to work in the cave?
Matt Madison. My great-great-grandfather.
So you're 5 generations down.
Right.
Matterson, as a 15-year-old slave, was hired out to explore and map the cavern in 1838. He became one of the 3 original slave guides of Mammoth Cave.
They learned the tricks of the trade quite quickly. They became entertainers, explorers, and guides. They had jobs that were unique in America for people in slavery.
On the surface, they were slaves, but when they would come down into the cave, they were guiding tours for world leaders.
Absolutely. Once you got down in the cave and you knew the cave better than anybody, you were free.
Molly Shower has been with the National Park Service for over 20 years. Her first job was as a guide for Mammoth Cave.
So I've been to a lot of national parks, none quite like this.
No, there's not. We always like to say we're 2 parks in one. We've got this beautiful surface area of the Green River Valley, but we also have the longest cave in the world, Mammoth Cave.
The cave is a geological wonder, from the bottomless pit.
Wow, that's hundreds of feet, easily.
It is.
To the winding way.
Where are we right now?
We are in a very low area.
Yeah.
This is known as Fat Man's Misery.
It's getting pretty tight in here. All right. So that was Fat Man's Misery. This is Tall Man's Misery. It's a late workout. Woohoo!
The cave is a labyrinth of tight passages, cavernous depths, and this, the River Styx.
I see why they call it the River Styx.
Yes, the underworld. You're in the underworld under here.
And in this kind of absolute darkness, you can't see your hands, but you can hear your thoughts.
Are those voices?
No, just the sound of the water and probably your imagination.
The cave is a natural wonder, and Jerry and his family's legacy are one of its most remarkable treasures. All around him, the name of his forefathers flicker on the walls, their history frozen in time by smoke and soot.
So this is your great-great-grandfather?
That's my great-great-grandfather. There's several places we can find his name, far out and deep down.
For over 100 years, there was a Bransford working within the walls of this cave until 1941. That's when it was made into a national park, and the land around the park was seized by eminent domain, and black people were barred from being guides. Jerry's grandfather lost all he had.
So your family went from being enslaved to exploring this cave to having that land taken away by the government.
Yes.
And then told that you guys couldn't work in the cave anymore.
Right.
For 66 years, the line of Bransford guides was broken until 2004, when Jerry found himself applying for the very job his ancestors had pioneered.
When it comes to your family's legacy, what does this cave represent to you?
The cave represents an American story. It represents me walking in the footsteps of folks that were here way before me.
17 years later, Jerry is still walking the passages his ancestors helped map.
I know I can't possibly think about staying here as many years I've been here already, but I don't think I'm ready to go just yet.
And while Jerry's name hasn't been etched into the walls in soot and smoke, he is now a part of this cave forever. They discovered a new passage and they named it the Jerry Bransford Way. In his honor, he says he plans on guiding here as long as he possibly can. Guys?
Wow.
God,
That's a story, huh? I hope he puts his name in the cave somewhere.
I thought about that too. So his name is there and his grandfather's name is there. That's great. Coming up next on Today Talks on the 3rd hour, it's Tune Up Tuesday, and we have some tips for you about ways to repair your skin.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, we are still in the middle of summer, so we have some tips to repair our skin from the summer sun.
Hey, this morning, Tune Up Tuesday for your skin.
Summer filled with sun, sand, water can all be damaging. Dr. Daniel Sugai is a board-certified dermatologist, and he's going to help us repair our skin today. And I should mention, you can scan the QR code on your screen to see some of the products he's chosen. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Let's start with the first one. Full disclosure, I was just telling the guys during the commercial break that I use this product now every morning. So if you have overexposure to, let's say, chlorinated, salty, hard water, you say the solution in for us is perhaps the facial cleanser, what you start your day with.
Exactly. That's exactly right. So when we arrange these products, I'm starting for my morning routine. These are all in order of what I would use in the morning and also what I would use in the evening.
Okay.
So you're right. The Vanicream cleanser is definitely important step in starting off your skincare routine. This is a brand that I've been recommending since I was a dermatology resident at Harvard, and it is so gentle, great for sensitive skin, no fragrance, pH balance, great at that balance clean where it removes impurities, sunscreen, makeup, but doesn't dry your skin out too much, especially after a long day at the pool or the beach.
Yeah, it works. And a lot of people double cleanse, one with oil and one with water. Is that really necessary?
I've never double cleansed.
A lot of people double cleanse. Is that necessary?
It's very popular, you're right. It's very popular. I usually say you can get away with a single cleanse, but if you have a thick layer of makeup,
that's true.
Water-resistant
That is true.
sunscreen, then you might need that double cleanse, like you said, the oil-based cleanser first, then water-based afterwards.
Okay. If you took all my makeup off right now, you would see all over my forehead, dark spots, pigmentation.
Oh, no.
I hide it well, right?
Oh.
But vitamin C, you say, is something that could be used against that.
That's exactly right. So in the skincare routine, I usually say start from thinnest to thickest. So you would cleanse, do a lightweight vitamin C serum, moisturizer cream, and then your sunscreen. And like you said, vitamin C serums are great for lightening those dark spots. And this is RoX Revive and Glow. I like this one a lot. Just 4 to 5 drops to your face in the morning after your cleanser. It really helps fight free radical damage from the sun this summer, or even the pollution. So with the wildfires going on, smoke pollution, all those things can accelerate the aging process. So this will help neutralize those free radicals in those exposures. It also has peptides and it has glycerin, which helps plump up the skin. So a very nice product to use in the morning.
And Dr. Sugai, I love the fact that you're using it yourself.
I know.
You yourself, you're 73. You look fantastic. Moisturizer, you say, very important to use, especially as we go from hot weather to cool.
Right, and Al, I've grown up watching you, so it's so great talking to you. But
oh, thank you.
So you're right.
So you're old.
This is great for me. So.
I think we knew that. Anyway, tell us about the moisturizer.
For sure. So this Kiehl's Ultra Facial Cream is really nice to layer over your serum, and it's just so cooling. I wish you guys could just feel it right now on your skin, and it's soothing. And it also has moisturizing ingredients like squalane, glycerin. Glycerin, I mentioned before, in this product, it draws in water and it retains it and it plumps up your skin. So a nice bonus is that it can really hide those fine lines and wrinkles as well.
I like how he's doing the 3D thing.
I love it.
Keeping it.
You can see what it looks like. I know.
Let's try to squeeze in sunscreen.
For sure. Yep. That's my TikTok skills there with the in and out. So I'm at Dr. SPF on TikTok, and I like to talk about sunscreen. I'm at Dr. SPF. So sunscreen, as you guys know, it's very important to protect ourselves from UV radiation this summer that can lead to skin cancer or accelerate the aging process. A nice facial sunscreen is Cocokine's Daily SPF 30. It is a zinc-based sunscreen, so it's mineral. But the tricky thing with mineral sunscreens is that it can cause a white cast.
Yeah.
Kind of scary. So this one does rub in very well. And if people who have oily skin, they say, oh, I don't want to put on a sunscreen. This one has rice starch, so it does absorb excess oil. And it does have blue phytoplankton that will block also visible light from the sun. And here I have Blue Lizard's Australian sunscreen for the body. So face, body, go for SPF 30. or 50. I always tell my patients you can do SPF 30 and above, reapply every 1 to 2 hours. The neat thing about this is that it is mineral base, it rubs in well, but the cap will change color in the sun. So when it turns blue, the cap is telling you, hey, there's harmful UV rays present. Apply your sunscreen.
I like that.
You're our
Looks like it
dermatologist
rubs in
and
so
our
easy,
model.
too.
Like he's got 2 in 1 there. Dr. Daniel Sugai, thank you so much. And by the way, Dr. Daniel has one more bonus item on his list. Just head to today.com/shop to check it out. Just so you know, Today gets paid a commission for purchases made through the QR codes or links on the site. Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, it's a show all about health and beauty.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcast.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna, the ladies give you some tips to be your best self. They even talk to a sleep expert about the best ways to get a good night's sleep. Check it out.
Okay, since this is our health and beauty show, we thought we would share a couple of things. I do love when we dedicate an hour to something, because sometimes don't you just wish you're like, let me just focus. I want to rewrite the ship, because it's already the end of August. People are thinking about school
Yes.
and,
Don't
getting
you
a
think it's
restart.
that time of year? Like, I remember being at the end of summer as a little kid, and I would look at the YM magazine, the Young Miss magazine, and I would circle. I mean, I never did anything with it, but I'd circle outfits that I thought were cute, or I'd circle things. It's like September's a good time to refresh.
Yes.
And just like books and movies and television shows, I feel like beauty products, we want recommendations.
Yes, beauty and health. I think those are two really important things.
I'll start with, I guess, more beauty.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, this stuff is called bio oil, and you really get it for scars, or, I used it when I was pregnant, stretch marks or whatever.
Okay.
But I'm telling you,
what is it?
The secret, in my opinion, is that it's great. Sorry that this is too much.
Like
it's great to use it as a lotion because.
Oh, it smells awesome.
Great. And I think right when you get out of the shower.
It's a lot of.
Well, I know you look
good.
shiny, but right when you get out of the shower, it moisturizes, and I think oil's a little easier to put on than lotion.
Bio
oil.
Where do you get it?
You get it at Target or Walmart or
Scars,
Amazon.com.
And just uneven skin.
Uneven skin.
Do you put it on your face, or is it body for body?
I just use it in the body.
Okay.
But anyway, I love this for face quickly, and I don't know why this is the world's smallest.
It smells so good.
Sunscreen, but
What
try
is that?
this. This is sunscreen called from Goop.
Where is it? It's so clear.
It. And I use it on my kids too. It's called the Unseen Sunscreen by Supergoop, and it's totally invisible. Has no scent.
Wow.
Don't you think that's great?
Yes, it's by Supergoop.
Supergoop. Okay.
All right. It's a lot of gook. I'm sorry, I got gook all over. I'm like covered. So mine is, I just feel like when I think of health and beauty, I always think about like how to start the day so that you feel good. Because if the beginning of the day is off, it's all crummy. So each morning I started making this special tea that I've made for you. It's so good. It's simple to make. It's easy as pie, but it's so good. So I always get up first thing. I open my eyes, I get a bottle of water, and I drink it down, the whole thing.
You taught me that.
And by the way, I have to tell you, if you were to ask me a couple of questions before I had the water and after, I feel like you have clarity, like your body hasn't had anything in its system. It gets your system going. Right, before the coffee or before the tea. Yes. Then after that cup, I make a tea. So I buy these frozen ginger cubes. They sell them at Trader Joe's or whatever. Okay. Those are them, those little things. And if you flip it over, which I didn't, they have little squares. So you just drop one in, you get a ginger lemon tea, and then you get a part of a lemon and just squeeze it in there. And then just mix, and then take honey and squirt it in there, mix it up. And it's like a cleansing. Sometimes I do it without the honey, which is kind of yucky, but it does cleanse. It's ginger and lemon. And then after that cup, then I have coffee. But it's a lot of hydrating, but it feels really, really good. And then I do our calming breaths that we do. And then
you write in your journal.
I write my journal. And then I feel like, okay, and how much time did that take? While the water's boiling, I always listen to something inspirational. Yeah. So I feel like, so while that's going, they have this, like there's 100 prayers in this one book. So, and they talk about grace and whatever. So I listen while it's boiling. When it's done boiling, I take my things out, I drink it. I think, like, I feel like all you need is, and that's all in 10 minutes. It's
I'm changing my morning routine. Okay, speaking of trends, an unusual health trend that just popped up this year, it's called eye yoga. And evidently Paul McCartney is a huge fan.
He does exercises with his eyeballs. Apparently, he says that it leads to good vision.
He learned this from a yogi years ago, and even in his 70s, y'all, he don't wear glasses. He doesn't need glasses.
I want to know what his parents, how their vision was years ago.
20/20.
I know, but I just like to know. Anyway, so here's how he does it. Okay. So you're supposed to sit with your head perfectly still, like looking straight ahead. Okay. And then look as far up as you can and count for the count of 3.
1,
2, 3.
And then look all the way down.
Down.
Out.
1, 2, 3. And then sideways.
It's hard to do it without moving your cheeks.
3. You got to stay just right. Pretend like your head is resting.
Why is my mouth opening?
I don't know. Because you're putting on mascara. Okay. Anyway.
All right. So Today.com did speak to an eye doctor who says it can't hurt and benefits of doing eye yoga are likely, but strangely, nobody's ever studied this before.
It's very odd. I think it's interesting,
I think we should study eye yoga.
Yeah. Anyway. All right. So if you want better health, any doctor will agree that a good night's sleep is essential, and often that's hard to come by, no matter what profession you're in. So,
So we talked to an expert about how to maximize your sleep and how, but first we asked 4 of our staffers to share their last 60 minutes before bed to see if their nighttime routines could use improvement. I think they probably do. Take a look.
Okay, it's about 6:30, just about an hour before bedtime for my 2 kids, Alex and Julia. Around this time, we're wrapping up dinner, and Alex is doing his homework. He's practicing reading.
I'm sitting on the couch. My roommates are hanging out. I'm having a little dessert.
It's 7:30 now, time to get these 2 kids in bed. They're in their pajamas, and we usually like to end the day with the story.
What's your favorite book to read before bed?
5-Minute Princess Story.
Who is that?
Thomas Train.
Ooh, Thomas the Train. Good choice.
Okay, so it's 8 o'clock and I'm going to make some tea. I usually take a fish oil and a magnesium.
It's probably an hour before we get into bed, and I hate to say it, we're just eating. Oh, it's takeout night though, so yum.
It's an hour before my bedtime, and I'll dim the lights a little bit, watch some TV for about 45 minutes.
And this is around the time that I usually look over everything for the next day's show. And then I head to bed myself because it's an early wake-up call.
I'm checking some emails, last-minute emails. We're thinking about stuff that we didn't do, so we start doing them.
It's almost bedtime. I'm laying down now. I have my eye mask on and my earplugs. I have the bright TV on, and I'm also watching TikToks at the same time.
Good night, Kat.
Nighty-night.
Good night, cutie patootie, Hola and Jenna.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Some of our staffers showed you their bedtime routine, but are they doing the right things for a good night's sleep?
We asked Dr. Rebecca Robbins that very question. She's a scientist at Brigham and Women's Hospital and has some advice for our staffers and really for all of us, all of you. Check it out.
Rebecca, welcome. It's good to see you.
Good morning. It's great to see you both, too. Thank you for having me.
We're happy to have you. Let's start with Lana. Okay, so Lana seemed like she did it great. She put her kids to bed, and then she started doing her homework because she had her own to do.
She has to work.
She has to work. So what could she have improved upon?
Well, a couple things I love about this bedtime routine are first and foremost the consistency.
Yeah.
She has a time that she knows. She's starting to get the kids ready for bed. And bedtime routines and consistent routines are crucial for all of us, but particularly our children. And before bedtime, we really want to pack those 60 minutes with things that are soothing and relaxing to us. So that, I think, is absolutely fantastic.
Okay, now, is there a set time kids should be getting to bed?
Yeah.
I mean, different age kids, but let's say, school-age children in elementary school, how many hours of sleep a night should they be getting?
By and large, children need as much sleep as they can get. More sleep helps, supports their healthy development and a host of other positive outcomes. And one of the biggest gifts that we can give our children is keeping bedtimes consistent.
Yeah.
For children and parents, consistency is really key because then our brains and our bodies start to understand when they're supposed to be tired and when we're supposed to be alert. We'll fall asleep faster if we keep our routines consistent.
Good. Mm-hmm. All right, poor Sydney. No, I'm kidding. So Sydney has got her eye mask on as she was going to bed, putting her earplugs in.
But she also hung with friends, which...
Well, we love that, but she also had TikTok videos she confessed to.
I think there's good and bad. Tell us.
Right. There's good and bad here. So let's start with the good. Now, having dessert and finishing eating about 3 or 4 hours, it sounds like, before her bedtime is perfect. That's great for all of us to think about it, kind of starting to finish, being done with eating around that time. She's also socializing and chatting with friends, and that's fabulous, whether it's our family members, our spouse, our loved ones. You really want to think about happy memories here, really kind of stepping away from the day and really filling the evening with positive energy. Now, things that could be improved with her routine are the following. The use of bright television and at the same time TikTok is something that we could probably improve. And there are two things going on here. The first is the bright light of the television. And what that is doing is actually giving our brains a physiological cue like the sun. We go outside in the morning and we're energized. That bright light from the television is actually giving our brains a cue to become awake. Right. So perhaps you could think about doing the television watching a little bit earlier in the day. Now, the other aspect of her routine that could be improved when she's really close to bedtime is using social media and specifically TikTok, because there are so many beautiful videos and images on those platforms that it's activating all the wrong parts of the brain when we're trying to be powering down exactly those parts.
We want to run
so thinking about the soothing things that she could do, maybe some meditation or imagery or slipping into sleep.
Rebecca, we just have a couple of seconds left. We wanted to get through the rest.
Yeah, so Channing,
yes or no? Yeah.
Channing, she drinks tea, which I think is probably good.
Tea is a great thing to do before bedtime, especially if you have a little bit of a sweet tooth and you're inclined to maybe reach for some sweets too close to bedtime. Having a tea instead is a great substitute.
Okay, what about Rena? We love her. A lot of people feel this way. They have to work. They realize that their day isn't over.
Yeah.
So she ate late, but then she was... Yeah, so she had to eat at some point, and then she's also in bed working. Thoughts on that?
Two things here going on. So when we eat dinner too close to bedtime, within that hour, we're really the body's going to be digesting. We're going to try to be powering down. So having dinner as early in the night as possible is one thing she could improve on. Now, the second piece is emailing from bed. We really want to keep our beds a special place. It's where we sleep. It's where we relax and get all of our technology out of the bed and out of the bedroom, ideally.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it, Rebecca. All right, we needed that. Some good advice there. And for more tips on how to get a better night's sleep, you can go to today.com/sleep.
First of all, thank you so much for talking with us, Jessica and Beth. But I want to hear about the first time, Jessica, you swam and what it felt like, what it meant to you. Take us back to that day.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first time I really remember was joining a swim team when I was 10 years old. I think that for me was really the moment I just fell in love with this idea of becoming a swimmer. And I showed up to the pool. I'm the only girl missing her legs. I am very aware of that. And I sit down in a chair and I take off my two heavy little prosthetic legs and I crawl on my knees to the edge of the pool. And I just jumped in and I just instantly loved it. I think for me, the water has always been a place of freedom, safety, but also feeling really strong and capable, even though I am missing my legs.
And Beth, what about as her mom, watching her find this place, like as she just said, that made her feel free? What did that feel like to watch as her parent?
It was very exciting. I mean, we had seen her swim in her grandparents' pool and when we went on vacation. So she always loved the water from when she was very little. But then when she found this team, she really learned to love the sport. She learned all the different strokes and she liked having a coach, and she's always been very athletic. So she was doing gymnastics, but finding something that wouldn't damage her knees and that was safer for her. And then she felt so free in the water. She just really took to it. She loved it. And of course, she always says she felt like a mermaid. And so we were happy for her.
So I can't help but think, you joined a team, like, any old swim team, really, when you were 10. And then by 12, you were in the Paralympic Games. I mean, 2 years later. So there must have been this moment where you were like, okay, this is more than just a hobby.
Well, I really like to win and I really like to be competitive. And I think for me, though, being the swimmer on the team without her legs, I had to work extra hard, right? I had to always show up and give 110% because if I didn't, I wouldn't make it through these practices. And I really loved going to the swim team just because, I was homeschooled. I'm one of 6 kids, but I always loved the social aspect and the competitiveness of others, like competing with other kids. So when I showed up and I knew 2 strokes at the time, I could not even do butterfly or breaststroke. That took about a year to learn. I did work really hard on my technique just because not having a kick, I really relied on my core, my upper body strength. So to make the team when I was 12 shocked everyone. I think it even shocked myself a little bit. But also at the same time, like I just kept telling myself I was going to make the 2004 Paralympic team. And somehow I did. I was a freestyler only at that time. Now I do all 4 strokes. But I just had such determination to just prove to everyone that I could do it. And I think that even stems from my adoption, just wanting to prove that I was worthy, that I was enough. And I found a place that I felt like I could do that in, and I excelled in swimming.
23 medals later, you're going back to your 5th games. Do you still get that kind of excitement, that kind of pinch me moment feeling when you're competing?
I do. That's what I live for. I really live for the racing. the moments in those races where it just everything slows down, even though you're swimming as fast as possible. That's what I train for. You know, I'm right now living out at the Olympic and Paralympic Training Center here in Colorado. And I moved out here a year ago. I left my newlywed husband to come out here and train and just really try, you know, just to sacrifice, just to see what I'm still capable of. You know, I'm 29. I'm definitely a veteran. My shoulders hurt a little bit more than they did when I was 20, 16, but I still have a love for it. And I think as long as I'm still learning and enjoying it, I think it's still worth it to continue.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Mrs. Long?
Yes?
We've found a baby girl for your adoption, but there's some things you need to know. She's in Siberia, and she was born with a rare condition. Her legs will need to be amputated. I know this is difficult to hear. Her life, it won't be easy. Mrs. Long?
It might not be easy, but it'll be amazing. I can't wait to meet her.
I was watching the Super Bowl and your commercial, I was like bawling, crying, holding my baby in my arms. Like, this is beautiful. What was that experience like for you? Because this is your story. It was so beautifully told, but you lived it, you know? What was it like to see that come to life?
It was just a very special moment, especially for Jessica. Like it was such a culmination of so many things that she had done and all of her successes, like all in this one commercial. And then it brought her family and our love for her and her love for us, and it just all came together. So we're so thankful to Toyota for that commercial and for those moments that she's given not only us and our family, but so many different families out there. And you know, so it's been really special, very special.
Jessica, what was it like for you?
Oh gosh, I always get really emotional when I talk about it. So here, and my eyes are already watering. It was really healing. I would say it was incredibly healing, but also at the same time, it was so nerve-wracking, right? I've lived my life. I know the pain, the sacrifices, the surgeries, all of the moments that people don't get to see, right? People see the success and they see the medals and they see the awards. But that really captured just kind of the whole thing, right? Being adopted from an orphanage, right? Being put up by a 16-year-old girl and being adopted into an incredible family. But adoption still, like, it was hard. You know, there were moments where there were no answers, right? As to why was I given up? And was it my legs? And my parents, Steve and Beth, they did an incredible job just always answering those questions, because I think I asked like 10 times a day. And it was just hard to comprehend, I think. You know, my little sister, Hannah, who was the miracle baby, who came after my parents adopted my brother and I in Russia, and just in the same orphanage, she had legs, right? So there was a lot of questions, a lot of confusion. So it was so beautifully done, even just the locker room scenes, getting to see it come together. I was a part of all of it, but I would say definitely the last scene. We only shot that maybe 2 or 3 times just because we captured it. But I swam up to that part in the last scene, and I got to look at the 2 people who played my parents, and they picked actors who looked like my parents back then. And I just tried to put myself in that position, like that spot, right? Like how they got the phone call. Because growing up, my whole life I thought of, oh, I was given up for adoption. But seeing that excitement on my parents' face, like, we get her, we get this little baby from Siberia, it was just like, this is so cool. I never even thought of it like this. So when I smile and I push off, that was all very real. And we only shot it a few times.
It was so beautiful.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Where does your grit come from? We saw the beautiful commercial, but we didn't get to see some of the pain, the surgeries. Talk about what it was like as a little girl.
Yeah, it was so hard. Like, so incredibly hard. You know, I think when I look back on my childhood, there's memories that I don't remember just because there was so much pain, right? And I think swimming was truly a way that I just felt that freedom from all of those surgeries and the pain. But it was hard, right? My little legs, I had a foot with 3 toes on each leg. I was born with fibular hemimelia. Those little feet with 3 toes were amputated when I was 18 months old. And I was up walking around within a couple of weeks in these little prosthetic legs. And I think for me, it was never just one and done, right? I never just had to overcome once. It was every time I grew, due to the bone growing, I had to go back in for a surgery. And I remember just being really, really scared, but also knowing exactly what to do. Like as a 3-year-old, I knew to crawl on top of the operating table, and it was cold. And I still remember the smells, and they were so sweet. They always let me bring in a parent into the operating room. I would always fall asleep and wake up in a lot of pain. There was draining tubes. You know, and after those surgeries, you know, I had to learn how to re-walk all over again. You know, it was an entire process. And I've had dozens of surgeries on each leg. And if we got the right leg done, it was the left. I think my determination always came from just it wasn't an option to quit. Because if I had quit, if I had given up in those moments, I really don't know where I would have been. I knew I had to get through it. I knew I didn't fully understand why, right? I think that's something I've really worked on is finding my why. But at the time when you're 6 years old, 7, 8, 9, 10, going back in for surgery, I had no choice but to press on. And I will say this is so cute. and Mom, you can correct me, but I always requested Pippi Longstocking, the movie. And she was the girl who believed she could do anything. And they knew to have it ready for me in my recovery room. They always had Pippi Longstocking for me to watch.
The fact that you were doing these things that were just unbelievable, suffering pain that no parent wants to see their child suffer from. Beth, what was it like for you all?
It was difficult. I mean, we had planned for surgeries and we knew that would happen, but going through it, of course, is harder than you think. And so the very first surgery with the amputation, all we expected, so we were ready, we felt very prepared. It was still difficult. And the little feet that she had, like, it was really hard for her to lose those. Like, you don't realize, like, once she comes, you love every part of her. So it's actually losing a piece of her. And so that was more difficult than I thought it would be. But then after that, all of the other surgeries weren't expected. So she kept having bony overgrowth more than most children did. She kept having things happen that she would need surgeries. So we just like she did, we just had to get through it. So we prayed and we cried and we held her hand and we slept in hospital rooms and we just did it. So it was difficult, but it also drew us very close together.
And Jessica, I know you love being part of this big family, lots of siblings. What was that like?
Yeah, I truly feel like I won the jackpot. I loved it. I look back on my childhood and I just think how just incredible and special it was. We were that crazy family of 6, big van, homeschooled family, but it was so beautiful. And we just had space and time to grow up slowly. And I think that was really special. That was one thing my parents always wanted, was just for us to just be really close. And, I had an amazing big sister, a big brother. My brother Josh, who was adopted from the same orphanage. And then it was really wild when Hannah came, because Hannah was the miracle baby and she came on their anniversary. And I just remember thinking, who is this little thing? And I wasn't sure about her, but now, she's my best friend. I love her. And then Gracie came, and, I have 4 sisters. I have 2 brothers. It's so fun and chaotic and crazy, and it's the best. It's funny. I don't actually look like everyone, but I have so many of the same mannerisms, and I truly feel like it was exactly where I was meant to be. And it's the best thing.
I know. Do you ever think, and I'm sure you have, about what would have happened if your mom and dad hadn't taken that call?
Yeah, it would have been really bad. I think that's one thing I really have a passion and a heart for as I've gotten older is, I really want to help orphans and get more into adoption. My husband and I, we've talked about adoption, and it's been a slow process. I've been in, therapy to talk about adoption and some of the pain and not, just pain as in, questions that will probably never be answered. Even though I met my birth mom about in 2014, I went back and met my birth mom, and she married my birth father, and they had 3 children after me. There's still a lot of questions that just were never really answered, just translation and stuff. But my life would have been just very different, and that's really hard to see, because sometimes my heart aches for what could have been, but also it's like I love exactly where I am. And it's really hard to feel just kind of, you got to stay in that middle area, just being thankful that I'm along, but also understanding where my roots came from, and that maybe that Russian determination. And, it was incredibly special to meet my birth mom. That was really hard. Probably the hardest thing I've ever done. And also to know that I look like her. And it's just wild, right? And I think even going back to the Super Bowl, just, people got to see that my life, but I don't know how many people know that I got to go back and meet my birth mom.
No.
My birth father and 3 children or 3 siblings. But it's wild.
And what was that like? What was that moment when you first saw them?
Well, when I first touched down in Russia, I brought my little sister Hannah, and this was 2014. So I think I was 21, 22. So I'm pretty young. And I found out about them competing in the 2012 Paralympics. I found out while I was competing, and that was very hard. But, I'd known my whole life about my birth mom. I knew her name was Natalia. I knew that she had named me Tatiana. But when we touched down in Russia after, traveling for, days, it felt like all of a sudden it was in that moment where I was like, maybe she doesn't want to see me. Maybe, what am I doing? And Hannah and I unpacked, and I showered, and I went right up and started on the elliptical. And I think I was on the elliptical for 3 hours with my sister just sitting in a chair by me. And I had to really process and kind of process the idea that I was going to go to the orphanage I was adopted to, which I was the only person to ever go back to that orphanage. And I met the woman who physically handed me over to my dad. I got to meet her, and she just kept hugging me and calling me Tanya. And then the morning came when I got to meet my birth mom, and I called my family. I called my mom and my dad and siblings in Baltimore, and I didn't even want to talk about what I was doing, but I was just like, tell me about you guys. I think we were doing they were doing their like classic like movie night, and I was just like, how are you guys? Even though we're all the way in Russia. And then we pulled up to this tiny little purple house in like the middle of nowhere. Like it took us 3 hours to get there, in the middle of like the woods with snow everywhere. And I got out, and I think that was truly one of the bravest things I've ever done. Even when I look back on the surgeries and the competing and everything, just getting out of that car and going to meet her. But I got out, and I walked down, and you could hear them crying in the house. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna cry. And at that point, I was not into crying. Now I'm like, oh. So she came out of the back porch, and I was like, don't slip. Like, I'm just talking to myself, like, don't slip. And when she hugged me, there was just this moment, I think, of release, of just freedom, of just forgiving her. My whole life I was angry at her. Anger really fueled me, that I just allowed myself to let her hug me, because I think she needed that. I don't think she had forgiven herself. And I just remember saying, like, this is my mom, like my birth mom. Like, this is wild. Like, not a lot of people get to do that or meet them, and especially for it to be such a good outcome. And I got to show her my legs and talk to her, and it was just so incredibly special.
I can't even imagine. That does take a amount of courage and bravery, because there must have been part of you that felt, abandoned. But at the same time, I'm sure you can't even imagine what your life would be without your family, without your mom and your dad and your sisters and brothers. And the fact that they heard, okay, she's going to need all these surgeries, but no, she's our baby. We knew that before we met her.
I think it's funny. I swear I love them more than my other siblings. Like, I'm the one that calls my mother like 18 times a day, but I'm like, you guys saved me in a way. Not like I needed saving, but my life would have been really, really bad in Russia. We don't know. I probably would have been crawling around in orphanages and living on the floor. And that's the reality, right? You never know. Would have been kicked out at 18 if I had made it to 18. And there's a lot. I think people really need to look into that, what's happening in these orphanages. So my life would have been really different. And even though it's hard, right? I struggled being adopted, because it's like you still struggle with abandonment. And I knew she loved me, my birth mom. She took the time to name me. There was a lot there, but it's like, I swear I love my parents. I'm like, I love you two more than anything. As crazy as the family is, but I'm like, I just call them all the time. And maybe just because I have this extra appreciation that they went to Russia. I don't know why, but went to Russia. My dad went to Russia. And I just think it's really, really sweet. One of my favorite things I think my dad has ever just said, like, just how hard it was when he was in the orphanage, because my mom stayed back with the two kids, the older two. Just how hard it was for him when he showed up to the orphanage and saw me for the first time. Like, it was a 2-week process to get all the paperwork and everything. Just how hard to leave us was, because he was like, you were my kids. And I just think it really does take such incredible and special people to want to adopt kids like they did.
Yeah. Hoda and my mom actually both say this. They say that everybody gets their babies right on time. Whoever's meant to be their babies. It happens when it's supposed to. Beth, is that something you saw happen in your life?
Yes, definitely. I know we had 2 children, and then we could not have more children, or so we thought. And then we adopted Jessica and Joshua, and we felt like that was definitely meant to be. We feel like it was a God thing. And then he opened my womb later, and I had a couple more children, but for some reason, we did not have children for 8 years. And in that time, we had such a desire for more children. And as we prayed, we figured out that we really wanted children that would maybe not be adopted, children that really needed a home. We already had a couple of babies, so we didn't need a baby. But we wanted children that really need to be adopted. So we feel like God was, of course, in all of that. And we know that Jessica and Joshua were the children for us. And yes, definitely, the timing was exactly right.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Jess, what do you think your 4 or 5-year-old self would think about the fact that you're headed to your 5th games, 23 medals later, that like this is your story?
It's wild, right? It's been a very emotional, tough couple weeks leading into Tokyo. So this is like the first time I'm really sitting down, just kind of talking about all the, everything. But just processing just how proud, how proud she would be. And I think that's kind of my thought process going into this. I've definitely made the sacrifice of coming out here and training in Colorado and away from my family. I'm very family oriented. I love, all of that. So it's been really hard. And especially having an extra year, everyone knows that, right? We've all gone through a really challenging year. But I just think when it gets tough, because there's going to be tough moments in Tokyo, right? There's a lot of new things, a lot of new protocols, a lot of things that I haven't gone through yet at a Paralympics. I just keep going back to that little Russian girl who never gave up. And I think that's what's going to get me through. But I also think I'm at a really good point in my life where I truly know my worth, right? It's so easy to say, like, all of my life, I thought my worth truly came from these medals and sponsorships and world records and everything that I was doing. And it is really hard to tell a 14-year-old girl that are like, your worth doesn't come from these medals. It comes from this. At the time, I'm like, no, like I need to keep winning. And it wasn't until Beijing in 2008 when I got a bronze medal that I was a world record holder and I got the bronze. And I remember going up to my parents in the stands and just being like, I think the first thing I said was, do you guys still love me? And I think that shocked, or will my dad still love me or something? So crazy, which is so crazy because now at this point in my life, going in Tokyo, I'm like, a bronze medal would be incredible. And I love that we're talking about this more, just the mental health of, how silver and bronze are still incredible. And yes, I love the gold and that's what I'm obviously going for. But if I never bring home another gold in my life, I am more than enough. And maybe I can say that because I have won some gold, but also if you're not enough without a gold medal, you'll never be enough with one. And I'm just really thankful for my support system. I cannot wait to get home and see my husband. I haven't seen him for about 3 months by the time I get home, and that's a long time for me being newly married. But I think she would just be really proud that I'm still swimming. There's not a lot of people who are still swimming. My goal has always been to grow the Paralympic movement. I want people to know the Paralympics as much as they do the Olympics, and I love the coverage and what people are doing to grow it, and I hope I've played a small part in it.
You played a big part, and we cannot wait to watch you swim. Also, what's next? What do you feel like? I mean, I hate this question because you're like, you haven't even competed in Tokyo, but what else? Like you said, you're more than medals. What do you think is going to happen in the next chapter of your life?
I don't know. I still plan to swim till LA 2028. So for me, swimming is the best form of exercise. I love it. And if I'm still performing, I still really want to be a part of it. But also I really want to write a children's book. And I wrote a book with my sister. So I love that. I love public speaking and just encouraging others. I think in this world, we do need a lot of hope and we do need someone. And if I'm that person to give you inspiration to go out and try a new thing or just pursue your passions or your goals. And I feel like, again, I've done my job right. I remember being that 10-year-old girl looking around everywhere I went before the Paralympics and not seeing another person who looked like me ever. I remember just thinking I was the only person on the entire world that was missing 2 legs. So when I got involved in the Paralympics, it was the first time I started wearing shorts. It was the first time I started just embracing this body that I was given, right? I don't have legs. I'll never have legs. But I also decided from a very early age that I was not going to let this life that I was given go to waste. And I really hope to encourage the next generation. And I'm really excited for the Paralympic movement and what's to come.
When you hear that you're so many little girls' heroes, what goes through your mind?
Oh my gosh, it's just the coolest thing, because I know that, everyone needs a hero, everyone needs a role model. And, I think social media can be such a wonderful thing, but also just such a dangerous thing with comparison. Mm-hmm. And I think that's something I really want to be, is just embracing just who you are and the way that you were made. And I love the Paralympics because it has given me confidence. Sport just is so amazing for girls. And, I've been involved with the Women's Sports Foundation for so long, and I love what they do at Encompass, but just getting girls active and just gaining that confidence, right? Because I think when girls and women have confidence, we can truly take on the world.
Oh, I'm inspired. That was awesome.
We are cooking up some exciting things this week in the brand new Today All Day Kitchen. Up next on #Cooking, Samadada. We'll show you how to rescue any brown spotty bananas with 2 tasty treats: chocolate chip banana bread bars and a banana cream cheesecake that just happens to be dairy-free.
Welcome to #Cooking. The next time you see some nearly perished, super ripe bananas sitting on your counter, wondering what will become of their existence, like, will we get thrown away today? Don't toss them, please save them. Rescue the spotty bananas, #save the spotty bananas, and make these recipes. I'm gonna show you 2 of my favorite ways to use those super ripe bananas sitting on your counter: my chocolate chip banana bread bars and my banana cream cheesecake that happens to be dairy-free. Let's get #Cooking. Just for 1 second, okay, I want you to forget about those microwave packets of oatmeal. And we're gonna give oatmeal a glamorous moment with these chocolate chip banana bread bars. I've already preheated my oven to 375 degrees, and now all I'm going to do is prepare my pan. So what I've done here, greased it with some coconut oil so our parchment paper doesn't stick, right? So I've got that here. I'm just gonna stick it right into the pan. The coconut oil helps it stick, right? So this is nice. Make sure we're hitting all of the edges of the pan. And what's nice is that we're creating these flaps, okay? The flaps are really nice because when it's done baking, we'll be able to easily lift the batter out of the pan and have our bars all ready. What's great about using super ripe bananas in recipes is that they're naturally a lot sweeter and a lot easier to mash into different recipes. Got 2 here. We're rescuing them. We're giving them a second life, a second chance at life. They love us for this. Throwing the peels away. Gonna peel this one. Like so. Pop that in. See you later. Okay, and now we're just gonna mash. This is kind of where you can get your aggression of the day out into these bananas, okay? I wanna mash them until they're really nice and smooth. And like I said, because they're a bit riper, it's gonna be a lot softer and easier to mash. Not to mention it's gonna impart a lot of that really nice, sweet, ripe flavor of the bananas into this oatmeal bar recipe. And because they're super ripe, we're actually not gonna use a bunch of sugar to sweeten this recipe because it's gonna pull a lot of that natural sweetness from the bananas. Have I convinced you to not throw your bananas away yet? Just wondering. Okay. Really take your time here, like I am. Okay. I want no banana to feel unmashed. I want it to feel all loved and mashed, okay? All right. And you can use a potato masher here if you have that, if you like that utensil for your life. I'm just using a fork because you know what? Forks are accessible. Okay. So this is looking pretty good. I have to compliment myself on my mashing abilities. Looks pretty smooth. And now we're just gonna work on the rest of our ingredients. All right. So, in this recipe, I'm using 2 eggs, so I'm gonna crack those both in here. I wanna be that type of person that does like the one-handed egg crack. I'm not that person. I'm safe. I take precautions. All right. Okay, now I'm gonna whisk the eggs and the bananas together. So everything is nice and smooth. Look at those amber yolks. It's pretty nice. Bananas and eggs whisked together. They look nice and smooth, really happy in there. Now I'm gonna add my nut butter. So I'm actually using peanut butter here, but if you have a cashew butter at home, if you have an almond butter, that's totally fine. You do you. Whatever nut butters you're harboring in your pantry. I know I have like a million because I have a problem, but you can use that. I'm gonna slide that straight in there. Now I'm gonna mix that in. All right, and then I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil, my vanilla extract, and if you haven't noticed already, the best part about this recipe, other than giving your sad bananas a second life, is the fact that we're making everything in one bowl. Like, you can thank me later for the less dishes that you'll have to do in your life, okay? I'm just using a touch of coconut sugar. Gonna add that in there, and then some maple syrup. It's gonna really give this nice, warm, golden flavor to these oatmeal bars. Now that I've mixed all my wet ingredients together, I'm gonna grab my oatmeal, the star of the show. It's about to be super glamorous. Add it straight in here, along with some cinnamon. I love cinnamon, I think it's amazing, but you can totally use another spice if you want. You can use maybe a nutmeg if you like that better. I'll leave that choice up to you. And then some baking powder. And then, I'm gonna mix everything together. Make sure everyone just becomes friends in here. Make sure we grab the edges, the sides of the bowl, incorporate it really nicely. It smells so good. Just wait till it's done baking though. That's good stuff. Okay. Now finally, this is a bit of the dessert for breakfast moment that I like to really capture in all aspects of my life, the chocolate chips. Just gonna fold these in. I will add, I don't measure these with anything but my soul. That's just how I choose to live my life, but again, you live yours the way you wanna live yours. I'm gonna fold that in, and you're probably wondering like, Sama, why do you have some of these left over? Because I wanna save some for the top. Because for me, it's not less is more. When it comes to chocolate, not a thing for me. Okay, folding this in nicely until all the chocolate chips are just really nestled in there. We want them to be cozy. Okay, perfect. Now, I love myself for being prepared. We've got our parchment lined pan, and I'm just gonna add it straight into there. So flip this up. I don't know if I mentioned this, but this is my workout for the day, this movement right here. All right, so we're gonna add this straight in there. Get everything out. Scrape the sides. Oh my God, I cannot leave that chocolate chip behind. That would be so sad. Okay. And then I'm just gonna spread it out throughout the pan so it's nice and evenly distributed. Okay, because I am me, I'm gonna add some more chocolate chips on top, just for aesthetics. I like to take nice photos of my food. It's also really fun to make it presentable and looks pretty, too pretty to eat, but not really because we will be eating it. Okay, and then the last thing that I wanna do is add a banana on top. This is again, purely for me to have some nice aesthetics for my photographs, and that's fine. That's, again, how I choose to live my life. So what I'm gonna do is just cut it right at the tip of the banana, slice it straight through, like this, okay? And now, I'm just gonna peel this off like I normally would. And then you've got 2 perfect halves of banana. Pretty easy. I'm gonna lift this straight out and I'm gonna place it on to my bars, like that. And then the other half. And then I'm gonna add 1 more for the middle. Go ahead. And again, I have a piece of oatmeal on my finger. Really didn't want to be baked. Okay. And go from the top. Slice it straight down the middle. Peel this guy off. Look at that. Add that straight in there. We're gonna nestle it down nicely. Wants to feel secure, wants to feel at home. And now I'm just gonna add a little dusting of cinnamon on top, partially because I love cinnamon and partially because I want it to look really nice. Okay, now we're gonna take a little journey in the oven for about 22 to 25 minutes. Let's go. All right, hope you enjoy your time in there.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, we've let it cool for about 10 minutes, and now, see, this is why we love being prepared with the parchment paper. We get to just lift this straight out of the pan, and then there's no oatmeal bar that's been left behind, like that. Okay, so the best thing about these bars, other than the fact that we're saving so many bananas' lives, is that they're super portable. So I'm just gonna slice them into little bars. You can take them on the go. You can just also have a nice sit-down oatmeal moment at home. You choose whatever you'd like to do. I love the corner piece. I'm just one of those people. Don't know why. Just crispy and caramelized on the edges, it's so good. Look at that, delicious. And now remember these chocolate chips that I had saved for the top? See, this is why. I'm also gonna add just a little bit of powdered sugar, just to get that nice contrast. A little bit there. Just on the rest of my bars. It's really pretty. Oh, went a little heavy-handed over there. Okay, so now I'm gonna take a few pictures of it because I didn't put that powdered sugar, that banana, those chocolate chips on for nothing. All right. There we go. I'm really getting the shot. Little video. Get the inside. Okay, you know what? I think we got the shot. It's my time to taste. I'm pretty excited about this. It's so good. You know what's really nice about this as well? It's not too sweet. So it's really great if you'd like to even add a little drizzle of honey on top, maybe a little more peanut butter, almond butter, whatever you have to kind of create this nice sit-down oatmeal moment at home. It's like banana bread, but it's a little more textured from the oatmeal, and then you've got the chocolate chips that are totally giving it this like cookie dough vibe. I would eat cookie dough for breakfast, and I am kind of. Delish. You know, this has inspired me, and I have a lot more ripe bananas in my kitchen, so I think we might have to make my banana cream cheesecake. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, do you want to know something crazy about this cheesecake? You don't have to bake it. No ovens are involved. We're just gonna pop it into the freezer to make it, which kind of means it's a cross between an ice cream bar and a cheesecake. Two things I really can't live my life without. So let's make it. The first thing I'm gonna do is prepare my pan with some parchment paper. So what I'm gonna do is just line it straight into the pan, and I'm creating these flaps on the sides so that it's gonna be super easy to lift the cheesecake up after it's done freezing. Just like that. And now it's ready for our crust to find a home in it. So this crust is gonna be really nice and textured. It's gonna be a little crumbly, it's gonna be crispy. Because it's gonna have a really nice creamy filling to go on top of it, I wanted to create that contrast. Everything is gonna come together in this food processor. Starting with some raw almonds as the base. This is gonna give that really nice crispy, crunchy element to the crust. Gonna toss that in there. And now, to sweeten the crust up, we're gonna use some dates. I love dates, not the romantic kind, the medjool kind, okay? So we're gonna add these in. This gives a really nice caramel sweetness to the crust, and also it's gonna allow it to be a little bit sticky and pliable so we can actually just stick it straight into our pan. And now we're gonna add a little bit of creamy almond butter. That's straight inside. You can also use the peanut butter if that's what you have on hand, totally fine with me. I won't judge you. A bit of melted and cooled coconut oil going in there as well. touch of vanilla extract. And then I like to use a little pinch of salt. This is gonna bring out that natural sweetness and create a bit of a contrast. Perfect. I'm just gonna scrape down the sides just to make sure nobody is caught, nobody is left behind, and process it again. We're looking good. We want it to be crumbly, but there's also gonna be some of those pieces that remain. Now it's time to just pack it into our pan. Okay. Oh no. This is precious crust, precious cargo. We can't waste any of it. Now all I'm gonna do is just press it into my pan. Like this. And you wanna make sure it's evenly distributed throughout the entire pan, and you can kind of see that it's sticking together as I tend to pack it. This is gonna serve as a really nice home for our creamy, luscious cheesecake filling. It's gonna be really happy sitting on top of here. We don't want the edges of this pan to feel unloved. We want the crust to be in there too, so make sure you get those corners as well. Okay. I think this looks pretty good if I ask myself. We're done packing the crust into the pan, and now I'm gonna go grab the ingredients for our filling.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's
a plan. PlanYourVaccine.com.
Where and when to get.
What are you waiting? Roll up your sleeves. Vaccine.
Plan
your.
Make the most of Today all day. Your friends at Today.
Today in to be a mix of every show in a mere.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The secret about this cheesecake filling is that it's actually made from cashews. They're super rich and buttery, so they're the perfect ingredient to make really creamy sauces and fillings like we're gonna do in this cheesecake. But to get it there, we need to first soak them. You always wanna make sure you're starting with raw cashews. These are completely raw and unsalted. And you can either soak them overnight if you have patience and time, or you can do what I did, flash soak them for 1 hour in hot water until they're nice and soft. You are not gonna believe how creamy this cheesecake filling is gonna be. We're starting with our raw and soaked cashews, going straight into our blender. Right in there. We're following it up with some coconut milk. I'm using full-fat coconut milk here. We're not messing around with the low-fat kind. Perfect for a really rich and creamy cheesecake filling. And I think this is a really great time to mention that this is a non-dairy recipe. I don't know if you've noticed, but all of you non-dairy folks out there, rejoice because this is for you. Time for our banana, our star. We rescued it from its fate in the trash, perhaps. All right, pop that straight in there. Just breaking it up so it's a bit easier to blend. And now we're gonna go in with our maple syrup. The ripe banana is really nice because it's super sweet already, but the maple syrup is just gonna pull it all together. I really like using maple syrup here because it's a really nice, warm, and golden contrast to those rich and creamy cashews. In there, and then a little touch of vanilla extract. Perfect. All right, we're gonna add some melted and cooled coconut oil. Just a touch. Now we're gonna add some lemon juice. This is super important because you've got rich ingredients like the cashews and the full-fat coconut milk. So we want the lemon juice to give it that zing and really balance out those rich ingredients. I'm using this to catch the seeds. At home, you can even just put your fingers underneath the lemon and then catch the seeds in your hands. Little DIY. And then to balance everything out, balance that sweetness, bring it out a little bit, I'm gonna add a little pinch of salt. Okay, now it's time to blend. Okay. You just really cannot believe it. It's so smooth and so creamy. I want to show you a little peek. Look at that. I'm gonna taste it a little and see if I think it needs anything. Taste a bit. I'm gonna add a little more lemon juice and a little more salt. You can totally adjust this to your liking. I just like a little more zing, and that salt's gonna really bring out that sweetness. Okay, we're gonna blend again. My fresh spoon and taste one more time. Perfect. All right, now it's time for this filling to find a home on top of our crust. And there's no dairy in this. Kind of crazy. I'm gonna grab my spatula. This is precious. You can't waste a bit. Now I'm just gonna make sure that's nice and smooth. You can even tap it a little bit to distribute it like this. Shake it around, make sure it hits all the edges. Now, I like to pretend I'm Picasso a little bit with the toppings. You can use whatever you'd like, but I'm gonna use some sliced almonds straight on top. Sprinkle them around. I'm gonna do a little bit of cinnamon. More. And finally, just a little pinch of flaky sea salt. Okay, don't be mad at me because now we have to wait a little bit. We're gonna put this in the freezer for 5 hours, but I promise you it is going to be worth it. Now I'm just gonna cover it with some plastic wrap so that it's protected and it goes into the freezer for its kind of long journey. And then it's ready. See, patience is so worth it. I'm so excited about this. Just gonna remove my plastic wrap. Look at that. We almost don't deserve it. All right, this is why the parchment paper flaps are the best. We just lift it straight out of the pan like this. And now all I'm gonna do is slice them into little cheesecake bars. What you can also do is slice them into fingers as well if you want more of a bite-sized snack. I'm gonna go ahead for the full picture, the full bar. Look at this. I just have to show you. Can you believe that there's no dairy in this? Looks so creamy. All right, that's for me. This is my slice. I am so excited to dig into this. All right, here I go. It's simply not even fair. It's so creamy. It's such a great way to use the nearly perished banana that's been sitting on your counter. Creamy, you would never have any idea there wasn't any dairy in this. what? I really wish I could eat all of these myself, and I probably would, but I'm gonna be a little nice. I'm gonna send a picture to some friends and see if they wanna have some. Yes, they usually do. No one really ever says no. I mean, why would you? Wouldn't make sense. It's so good. I think I'm gonna deliver some to their houses. I'm such a good friend. Ready? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go after you. Okay. Okay, Sue. Guess what I brought you? Your favorite banana cream cheesecake. I made it for your birthday.
Oh, this is my favorite. Thank you.
You're welcome. I did the same like date and almond crust that you like. It kind of does. Could be breakfast. Let's do a smoothie on top of it.
2 Dadas eat.
2 Dadas eat. 2 Dada eats. Dada eats squared.
Dada eats.
Eh? Dada eats is.
We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
Welcome to a Today All Day live special, COVID in the Classroom, a guide to unvaccinated kids. As millions of unvaccinated kids prepare to head back to school, parents, educators, and the public have many unanswered questions about what this school year will look like and how we can make it as safe as possible. That is why today we have assembled a team of experts with one goal in mind: to help you prepare to safely and confidently send your child back to school. Before we meet our panel of experts, take a look at the facts as we know them now. As children head back to the classroom, a new school year bringing new COVID concerns. A 700% increase in overall U.S. cases since July, with the more contagious Delta variant responsible for the most new COVID cases nationwide.
The biggest concern is that the virus will continue to mutate, and it will, and that it could become more deadly or evade the immune response more efficiently.
Those at risk, the unvaccinated, including children under the age of 12 who are not yet eligible for a shot.
This idea that children don't get infected or children don't transmit, that's not the case with Delta.
According to the Department of Health and Human Services, pediatric hospitalizations for COVID-19 have rapidly climbed in the past month.
We've got children in the ICU, age range from 2 months to 16 years, 4 or 5 on the ventilator at any given time.
The FDA granting full approval to the Pfizer vaccine, bolstering New York City's announcement that Department of Education employees must get vaccinated.
We know this is going to help ensure that everyone is safe.
Other states like Kentucky, Illinois, and Connecticut mandating masks in classrooms based on updated CDC guidance. And in spite of protests from parents.
These masks are not a symbol of anything other than prevention and protection. To politicize this is, quite frankly, hitting a new low.
All efforts to keep children learning in person after more than a year away from school for some.
The best way to get students caught up is to have them in the classroom, learning with their teachers, with their peers. Let's all do our part to get our students back in school. They've been waiting.
Well, I know so many of you have questions today, so we are going to dig in. So we are joined now by NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres and past president of the American Academy of Pediatrics, Dr. Sally Goza. Thank you both for talking with me today.
You bet, Shannon. Good morning.
Dr. Torres, let's start with you. One of the main reasons I think we're in this place at this time is because, frankly, as kids go back to school, so many kids under the age of 12 still haven't been vaccinated, and a lot of people aren't eligible for the vaccine, obviously, and most of our kids. So how close are we to an approved vaccine, and is this something we'll see, in your opinion, this school year?
And Chanel, that's the biggest question I get from parents almost every day. And the answer is yes, I think we are going to see this school year, and we're going to see it for a variety of groups. But here's what they've done is they've essentially divided it into 3 groups. And they divided it by essentially their weight, their body maturity, their immune system status, so that way they can focus on those groups. And right now, like you mentioned, 12 and above can get the vaccine. The next group they're looking at are 5-year-olds to 11-year-olds. They're doing those studies right now. As a matter of fact, they're doing all these studies concurrently, and they're getting ready to submit the data. Pfizer said they think they'll submit by mid-September. And so what that means is probably before Thanksgiving, we'll see an emergency use authorization for this age group, the 5 to 11-year-olds. But now we have the other age groups to look at, and that's the 2 to 4-year-olds and then the 6-month to 2-year-olds. That's probably more in the early 2022 timeframes, because it does take more time to do those studies. And the reason it takes time to do these studies is because, as we always learned in medicine, children are not just small adults, which essentially means we can't just take the adult dosing and say, let's cut it in half and give it to children. Their immune systems are different, their bodies react differently, so they have to look and calculate the variety of doses they need. They have to go ahead and test those doses in human trials and test the intervals too, because it's possible they need shorter intervals or longer intervals. This is information they need to find out. Once they find that out, making sure it's safe and effective, the 2 big things we want, they'll submit that data. Then the FDA and the CDC will go through the same steps they went through for the adults and the 12 and above. And again, for 5 to 11-year-olds, we're thinking sometime before Thanksgiving. For 2 to 4-year-olds, probably early 2022, and then 6-month to 2-year-olds, probably more in the springtime. But it should happen this school year.
It's good information. It's almost a tap dance, because as parents, we're anxious to get it, but at the same time, obviously, we don't want to rush things. Dr. Goza, let me bring you in here. I have, just full disclosure, I have 3 little ones. I have twins heading into 4th grade, and my oldest is heading into 6th grade. He'll be 12 on Friday, in fact. And what everybody, I think the hot topic amongst my parent friends, if you will, I think at first we just assumed that COVID wasn't as big of a threat to children. So, we put our kids' masks on, we tried to keep them outside for play dates, but the worry wasn't as strong, I would say, as it is now, because everybody is worried about this Delta variant. We're not quite sure if our kids are more susceptible. What is the research showing at this point?
No, low risk is not no risk. So children have been getting COVID all along. We've had over 4 million children with COVID. We've had 18,000 children admitted and close to 400 and something deaths. So it's not no risk. And this Delta variant is different. It's more contagious, which means more children are getting the illness. We've had 180,000 new COVID cases in children just from August 12th to August 19th. And so we're seeing this now, and it's spreading rapidly. It's very, very contagious. And so that's the difference this year.
Well, here's my question then. A lot of our kids are back in the classroom. I know my kids are back in the classroom. And just like last year, they wore their masks. They have face shields when they eat their lunch, and things worked pretty well last year. But if the Delta variant is more contagious, I feel like a lot of the schools have kind of pulled back just a little bit to try to get a little bit more, normalcy, if you will. Should we be concerned? Should our schools not be pulling back at all? If anything, it seems like we should be more ramped up as we head into the school year.
We believe that schools should be doing the same things they did last year. All those layers of protection are what's so important. I like to call it the Swiss cheese. And with every layer we put in there, we are decreasing the risk of our children getting COVID-19. And so masking, mandated masking, distancing, washing their hands, good ventilation, all of those things are still just as important this year, if not more than last year.
And one more question for you, Dr. Goza. Tell me then, at this point, what are the signs we should be looking out for in children when it comes to the Delta variant? Because I've heard the symptoms kind of manifest themselves a little differently.
This Delta variant can look almost like anything. It can be a runny nose, it can be a cough, it can be a sore throat, it can be a headache, it can be vomiting and diarrhea. So if your child is sick, you need to keep them out of school, and you need to contact your pediatrician or your doctor to have them evaluated to see what you need to do. And especially if they've had a contact in school that you know of, they need to be checked, because it can really look like any other virus out there.
All right, let's get to some more specific questions from our viewers. This first question is from Instagram. Dr. Goza, it's for you. How common is long COVID in children? And for those who aren't familiar with the term long COVID, can you explain what that means and how common it is in kids?
So long COVID just means that the symptoms are lasting longer than what their quarantine is, and lasting into, a month to 2 months and even longer. And we've seen it in adults. There was one study that actually said there were about 50% of teens and young adults that had long COVID, long haul COVID. And so it's a concern. We really don't know how many children are affected by this because we know a lot of children have been asymptomatic with their COVID. And so we don't know if the symptoms we're seeing in some of these kids are not the fact that they had COVID back before and were never tested for it because they were asymptomatic. And the symptoms are fatigue, brain fog, trouble breathing, a constant cough, chest pain, muscle and joint pain, headaches, depression and anxiety, heart palpitations, smell and taste loss, which we do know. I mean, I think most people would recognize that as a COVID symptom. And sometimes being dizzy when they stand up, dizziness in our teenagers. And so these are really common things we see in teenagers anyway. And so it's really hard to know. And our concern is the more children that get COVID, the more children we'll see with these long haul symptoms.
It's so scary. Dr. Torres, let me bring you in here. It's interesting. I feel like there are a lot of us who are more nervous this time around than last year. I don't know why. I think it's because it just feels so, with this variant, there's just so many unknowns. Let's get to a question from Cheryl in New Jersey. She says, are kids that ride the bus to school, to and from school, at greater risk to contracting COVID? That's a good question.
Yeah, it is a great question. And a lot of kids will be riding the bus. And I'm going to break it into two different segments, both waiting for the bus and then once you're on the bus itself. Waiting for the bus, not necessarily, because you're in an outdoor environment. We know it doesn't spread that well in the outdoors. And so particularly if you're not in a crowded bus stop, then the risk is very low that anything might pass from child to child. But you still want them to be safe. If it's a crowded bus stop, then definitely make sure they're wearing masks and they're social distancing as much as possible. But once they get on the bus, think about any other type of transportation, a subway, an airplane, anything like that. You're in a closed environment, especially if the windows aren't open. And so all the children should be masked. And hopefully the children are in a cohort or a pod where they're on the same bus with the students are in the same classroom with at school all day long. And that way we know it doesn't spread between these pods, these cohorts. So the risk does go up, but it can be minimized. And the ways to minimize it are to make sure they're seated separately apart. They have social distancing. If you can open the windows to make sure ventilation is going through the bus, and definitely wearing masks, Chanel. Can't overemphasize how important that is, especially while they're on the bus and they're in that closed environment. And then again, if somebody on the bus has some type of symptoms, if we think they're COVID positive, or if they look like they might be having COVID, then you need to make sure that others are isolated, contact tracing, all that's taking place as well to make sure that everybody stays protected, not just on the bus, at school and at home as well, Chanel.
All right, let's get to a video question on that note. Dr. Torres, this is a video question from Jermail. Take a listen to this.
As a concerned parent, my question to you would be, how often should the schools allow children to receive breaks from wearing the mask, especially those students who have underlying health conditions such as asthma or bronchitis?
Another good question.
Yeah, this is a fantastic question. I just went out to the Olympics, and for 20 hours, I wore this thing. And so I understand how you need breaks every now and then, especially for children. And the younger the children are, the more they're going to need breaks. And it depends on your environment, too. If you're in a hot, humid environment, which is where we were in Tokyo, boy, this can be tough to have on the whole day long. So you need to make sure they do have breaks. And the best way to do that is to have those breaks outdoors. If they're in recess and they're socially distanced and there aren't that many children out there, then they don't necessarily need to have masks on. That's a good place to have a break for them. And just doing that throughout the day, especially if you see them being uncomfortable in their masks, or if they're fidgeting with their masks a lot, or even taking them off every now and then. Now, as far as the children have asthma or bronchitis, if it's not active at the time, if their asthma is under control, if their bronchitis is under control, then they should be wearing a mask as well, just like other children. But if they're having symptoms, if they're having shortness of breath, they need to be able to tell somebody that. So you should let them know if you're having issues, tell your teacher, tell the staff members there that you need to take that mask off, and they'll make accommodations to make sure you do take it off. But the important part is twofold here. One is wearing that mask, but also making sure they wear that mask by giving them appropriate breaks. Best way to do that, Chanel, simply go outside.
Absolutely. Dr. Goza, it is very easy to understand why so many parents perhaps watching us right now would say, you know what, this is too much. My kid is staying home. We'll do remote learning one more year. I don't care. But at the same time, we hear experts say it's so important for our kids to go back to the classroom. It feels like such a tap dance. What's the answer here?
You know, the American Academy of Pediatrics has strongly stated that we feel children should be in-person learning if at all possible, but it has to be done safely. And just like we've been talking about, those children that are eligible, 12 and above, should get vaccinated if at all possible. to be wearing masks. They should be cohorting, just like we were talking about cohorting on the bus and cohorting in the classrooms. They should not be gathering in large groups at the school, and they should be washing their hands consistently. But children have missed a lot by not being in school. You know, some children have trouble having access to the internet. They can't focus on looking at a computer screen. It's very difficult, you know, and they've missed the social emotional interactions. And so it is really critical that we do everything in our power to make the schools safe so our children can be back in school and parents can feel comfortable sending their children to school. And so it really boils down to making sure we put all of those interventions that have been talked about so many times in place in our schools.
Well, hearing what you guys say, I know there's been a little bit of controversy with some parents not wanting their kids, you know, to wear masks. But after hearing what you guys have talked about, it seems even more important. So Dr. Torres, Dr. Goza, thank you guys so much for your time today. Absolutely. We know Dr. Torres, by the way, will be sticking around in just a bit. Coming up next, we are answering the #1 COVID question we received. We'll get to that. Plus, later, NBC consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen will join us to reveal her take, this is a good one, on the best masks for your kids. Stay with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to a Today All Day live special, COVID in the Classroom, a guide to unvaccinated kids. We're continuing to answer all of your questions today about what this school year will look like and how it will affect your loved ones, your lives, and your wallets. NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen has been at the forefront of this discussion. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hey, it's great to be here with you, Chanel.
Absolutely. So here's the deal. There were a lot of unexpected costs for parents last year. You talk about laptops and iPads for virtual learning, to paying for private tutors, learning pods, and more. What are some money-saving back-to-school tips you can give parents?
The struggle is real, Chanel, right? The National Retail Federation is estimating parents are going to spend $850 this year on school supplies. That's up about $60 from last year. So the first thing I want you to do before you spend a penny is to call your school district to find out if they have any electronics for your child. If they need a laptop or a tablet, see if the district, not just the school, has any extras. Then consider the secondhand market. So that's sites like Swappa, Trademore, Gazelle. They have great secondhand electronics.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah.
So what if you've never heard of those sites?
Yes.
I'm a parent, I'm in the news business, and I wouldn't even know how to I don't even know anything about those.
You can do an internet search for used electronics or gently used electronics. I like these sites because the equipment is vetted, and also a lot of times they offer a warranty. So Swappa, Trademore, Gazelle. Those are ones you can look for. The other thing I want you to consider is shopping early, because the sooner you can get out there, the more selection you have. Take advantage of the sales online, but don't hesitate to bring some of those prices to a brick and mortar store and say, hey, can you match this? Can you beat it?
Okay. All right. So we had a lot of viewers submit questions. So let's get to some of them. The first one is from Kristen on Instagram. She asked, how do we get information on whether faculty is vaccinated? That's a good question. We must provide kids' records, yet no idea about the staff.
Yes, this is a sticky situation. If you're lucky, you live in a district like New York City, which is the biggest public school district in the country, just yesterday announcing they will require vaccinations for all teachers and staff. LA Unified, second largest, already made that requirement. But here's the thing, it's okay. We talked to legal experts, we talked to etiquette experts. They say it's not illegal or rude for you to just be direct and ask the question. Sometimes it helps to lead with your own vaccination status, like, hey, I'm fully vaccinated. They suggested one way of talking to your educators at school, just saying, you know what, vaccinations are really important to us. We'd just like to know what the status is of our teachers or the staff who are working with our students. Look, people don't have to answer, but it's okay to ask.
That's fair. That's good for a lot of things. Okay, so here's the deal. If school goes back to remote learning this year, how can parents of children, especially younger children who need to be home, how do they speak to their bosses about the balance of maybe extending, their work hours? I know a lot of people who are dealing with this. The schools are ready for the kids to come back, but sometimes the parents are still working remote. I mean, it's just kind of a tap dance for a lot of people.
Totally, and we're still a little bit in limbo.
Yeah.
Nothing is 100% back to normal. So this is a conversation you don't want to shy away from having. Schedule it sooner than later, but make sure you've done your homework.
Okay.
Look back at what have you accomplished over this past few months or this year. How productive have you been at work? You are asking for flexibility. Don't forget, this is a company. They want to know what's in it for them. The good news here is, according to Monster and LinkedIn and several other workplace surveys, flexibility is the #1 thing that employees want. Bosses know that. They're probably more willing to accommodate that now than any other point in history, because we were all forced to have to work remotely, and some people shined and excelled. If you were one of them, then don't hesitate to highlight those accomplishments. Ask for what you need. You might not get it all at once. If you're asking for 5 days from home, ask for 2 or 3 and
Good
say,
advice.
can we revisit this in a few months and then have another conversation? So the door is always open. It's constantly evolving, but you got to ask for what you need and make sure you tell them what you bring to the table too.
That's so good. So let's ask another question. This is from Instagram. This is a good question. How will school systems keep up with their teacher shortages and bus driver shortages due to mass resignations due to the pandemic?
Yes, this is a very real concern. The National Education Association has said it is chronic underfunding and understaffing, but the pandemic really exacerbated this. So some districts are getting creative. They're trying to offer $2,500 signing bonuses for new bus drivers, for teachers. Some are relying on student teachers who are getting their master's degrees to come into the classroom. Others are asking for their substitute teachers to spend extended periods of time in the classroom. We heard of a district in Delaware. They're giving parents $700 per student because they don't have bus service this year.
Really?
So they're trying to help offset the gas and transportation costs for parents. So yeah, it is a tough time. Support your school districts, but realize that schools are trying to be creative about how they get people back in the classroom.
That's good. We have a great questions today. This one is from Carol from Facebook. She wants to know, why hasn't anyone come up with a shield for children? She says it would make things so much easier.
Yeah, so Carol, I think you're talking about those face shields. We saw a lot of them early on. And in the early days, some people were saying, well, these are effective. They provide eye protection. But as we've learned more and more about how the coronavirus is aerosolized and how it can travel, there are some concerns that because the shield only covers sort of your eyes and your mouth, but there are big gaps underneath your chin, they're not recommended as a substitute for face masks. But I did bring this, Chanel. We talked about this over the year. It's called the Clear Mask, right? Okay. So this is something that actually works really well for teachers of deaf students or deaf students, where you're trying to still be able to see what someone's saying and see their face and their mouth. but you still get sort of the protection of a mask. So this is made by Clear Mask. There are other ones out there. This one's pretty comfortable.
Do they have those for kids? So those are for kids or
these
adults
are for
too?
these are for adults.
Those are adults.
They don't have kid sizes
Okay.
in these, but they're pretty snug fitting, and you can always tie a knot in the back.
That's what I
to
do.
make
My
it a
kids
little
have learned
tighter.
to take adult masks if they have to and roll them to kind of make them tighter.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I think, my mom is a teacher, was just retired. Sometimes teachers can't hear their kids.
Right.
Right, if they're trying to interact with them,
Oh,
because
very much.
we realize how much you look at lips when you're trying to hear someone. So
Yes.
maybe if the little ones have that, it could be helpful.
Exactly. It's easier for the teachers to see what they're saying, easier for the kids to see what the teachers are saying if they're trying to teach them reading, for example.
That's a good one. All right, so here's a good one. A good question, really. If masks are going to be, kids are having to wear them 8 hours a day, a lot of parents want masks that are comfortable, but also effective. So you have some masks.
Yeah, I have so
here.
many masks.
Every
Okay.
time, let me tell you something. Every time Vicki walks in our studio with things, we pay attention because you guys do your research.
Yeah, we do. Okay, so this is, the really basic mask that you're going to see on everybody, right? These
Right.
are the kids' surgical masks. This is a small one. It's made in the age-appropriate sizes. They come from Protect Ed, but they come from all sorts of companies.
Okay.
This is going to be small for me, but I just want to remind parents that you really want to stretch out that child's mask and make sure it goes under their chin, and this part you want to mash right against their nose bridge. That's going to help with the mask not slipping down or being uncomfortable.
Which is under their nose. We see that a lot.
Exactly, we see that a lot. So the good old-fashioned surgical mask is perfectly fine, safe.
Okay.
But I would say that, cloth masks are also really helpful and useful. My daughters have been really, over the past year and a half, using these masks by Gravitas and Toki, and I'll tell you what they like about them.
Okay.
So this actually goes completely over your head, right?
Okay.
And so when the kids aren't wearing them, it's just around their neck. They don't misplace them or put them somewhere.
Okay.
Then, again, this is small for me, but the other cool thing is you can actually just kind of loop them over your ears, and then it hangs around your neck. So it's not tugging on your ears the way some of the traditional masks do. So if that's a problem for your child, you want to try this kind of design.
good.
The other option is this mask actually also goes over their head. So for a toddler, see, that goes over their
And it
head.
stays a little
on.
better?
My daughter started wearing this when she was 4, one of them, the youngest, and it was fine. It stayed on. She wore it through pre-K, had no problems.
Okay.
The other mask that I also like, this one's made by Blue Cut Apron, but what I like about it is if you do like the ear loops, look for ones that are adjustable. See?
Yeah.
So then it's all about the fit. So the best mask for your child is the one your child's gonna wear, and you want 2 layers. Always remember that, 2-layered mask. This is good because it's a nice, tight cotton weave.
So I was going to ask you that because we were hearing about, we know N95s are good. These are second best is what we've heard that. We've heard the cotton isn't as good. How do we know?
So I think, we look with what the experts have been telling us, the public health experts and epidemiologists. The 2-layer cotton mask is very effective, especially what do kids need these for? When they're in the classroom, they're typically going to be about 3 feet away from their classmates. Hopefully the classroom's windows are open when it's possible. They've got better ventilation systems. And don't forget, kids should have mask breaks.
Yeah.
All the experts we've talked to, especially the ones that have children themselves, have said during recess and when kids are outdoors, it's okay to let them take the masks off because the risk of getting COVID outside is just so low. The benefit of giving kids a chance to just relax and not have the mask on outweighs that risk. It's different, obviously, if your child has a pre-existing health condition that you are concerned about, then have them keep the mask on. And honestly, kids have been so resilient. I doubt you've heard your kids really complaining.
100%.
They
Honestly,
like to follow rules.
That's what I was going to end on. I know there are a lot of parents who are watching right now. Your kids perhaps were fully remote last year, so this is your first time, putting the kids back in school. I will tell you, my kids were in school last year. I didn't get a single complaint. And their parents, the parents of my friends' kids or my kids' friends, they all say, kids didn't complain.
Right.
Almost to the point where when we told them, you're outside, you can take them off, the kids would still keep them on.
Right. My daughter likes to wear it in the car. She doesn't like the way the car
it's almost
smells.
like a
so she
blanket.
just wears
It's become,
it. It's fine. It's really the parents, it's the adults that are more in a tizzy about this. And I get it. You want your, your teachers to be able to see your children's faces. I totally understand.
Yeah.
Masks are not forever. We're almost on the other side. But vaccinations are going to make a big difference. Kids who can't get vaccinated, that's why people are asking them to wear masks in the time being when they're with other kids, because we know they can transmit COVID.
Vicki, is always solid information.
Always good to be
Thank
with you, Chanel.
Isn't she good? I know. All right, the helpful tips. Up next, we are answering the #1 question we received. That's right after this.
Teeth.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to a Today All Day live special, COVID in the Classroom, a guide to unvaccinated kids. We're back with NBC News senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres, and now joined by Dr. Tina Carroll Scott, board-certified pediatrician and medical director at the South Miami Children's Clinic, to continue answering your questions. Thank you both for checking in with us today, once again.
Thank you.
You bet.
Let's dig in. We have a lot of Absolutely. We have a lot of video questions. So I want to start with our first one. Dr. Carroll Scott, this one is for you. It's from Tiffany. Take a look.
Hi, this is my daughter Arabella. She's 2 and she has Down syndrome. And I'm wondering if somebody her age with Down syndrome is at greater risk for severe disease and death from COVID-19.
Excellent question.
Yeah, it is a great question. And we really don't have a lot of information on kids and Down syndrome and whether there's increased risk for severe disease with coronavirus. It is true, however, that many adult people with Down syndrome are at higher risk for serious illness due to the immune deficiency related to Down syndrome and higher frequency of other conditions such as heart disease, diabetes, obesity, and other respiratory difficulties associated with a higher risk for serious illness. But with that said, the Delta variant could be a game changer with its higher rate of transmissibility and more kids being infected and hospitalized. So this will put not only kids with chronic medical conditions at risk, but even healthy kids, which we're seeing in many states now with low vaccination rates. So that's why it's so critically important for every eligible person, 12 years and older, to get vaccinated as soon as possible so that we can protect those young children who are not eligible yet, and especially those that are medically vulnerable.
I want to veer off script just for a moment, not when we'll get to our next video question, but really, really quickly. I have a lot of friends. My son, for example, turns 12 on Friday. He's a small little guy. I'm not the largest person in the world. And I've talked to a lot of friends who have kids who are on the smaller side, and their thought is, you know, are they too small? If the vaccine isn't ready for an 11-year-old and my 12-year-old is the size of a 9-year-old, for example, should I wait for a little bit? I know it sounds crazy, but I've heard so many parents, you know, amongst ourselves talk about this.
No, it's actually not crazy. And in the study trials, they had, 12-year-olds with different weights. And so all of that has been tested. And so it's perfectly safe regardless of what the weight is. As we go down further with the younger age groups, I think that's why it's taking longer for the FDA approval, is because it is much more dose dependent with the younger kids. But for a small 12-year-old, it's perfectly safe.
Okay. All right, Dr. Torres, let's go to our next question. This is from Tamara with a 9-year-old and a 7-year-old. Look at this one.
I've got an underlying condition. While I'm vaccinated, I'm still concerned that my children may bring home COVID-19 to me. What will the efficacy of my vaccine still be in the fall if I had the vaccine in the spring?
These are great questions. Dr. Torres?
You know, these are great questions, and especially the fact that she has an underlying condition that could put her at a higher risk for complications from COVID. Does need to be a little more careful, especially with children going back to the classroom. Hopefully, in that classroom and in that school, they're masking, the staff is vaccinated, all those things that can really help make sure that nothing is brought back to the house. But as far as the effectiveness, the efficacy of these vaccines, well, we know they have started to decrease for a couple reasons. One is because of time. These vaccines have started to what we call wane over time. In other words, they gave a very robust immune response back in January, February timeframe when people were getting vaccinated. And we talked about 95, 94% efficacy. We were hoping, if you remember, to get about 50%. That was the main goal over a year and a half, 2 years ago. We were surprised when we got this 94, 95%. But we also knew that over time that would start to wear off. And it looks like that is indeed happening, especially in other parts of the world where we're seeing about the 8-month point is when it starts to drop off a little bit. Unfortunately, that also coincided with the Delta variant coming on. And the Delta variant, we know, is much more contagious, seems to be able to break through the vaccine a little bit more. But in spite of that, we do know that right now it looks like this efficacy, this effectiveness has dropped down a little bit, but by a little bit, we're still talking in the 70-ish% range. And so she definitely needs to protect herself because she has an underlying condition. Again, checking the schools to make sure everything's okay there, but also talking to your doctor. You know, they just recommended third dosing for those with these types of medical conditions. Does she qualify for that? Should she be getting a third dose? And we have found out that with that third dose, it really boosts her immune system back up to that level, that high level that we really like. And for the rest of us, getting booster shots when that time comes is going to be important as well to make sure that we get that robust response, and that robust response stays as long as possible, especially while we're trying to defeat the Delta variant and we're trying to get through this pandemic, Chanel.
Good advice. All right, Dr. Carol Scott, let's get to another question. This is from a viewer, Charlene. She's a mom of a first grader. Take a look.
My daughter is 6 years old and going to the first grade. Her school does require masks, but is there anything else I can do to protect her?
So we all want to know.
Yeah, so this is a question that is on every parent's mind right now with children too young to be vaccinated. And I guess the first thing I would say is to give yourself grace. There are things that we can control and other things that we can't. And we all have we have to try to do our best to advocate for the safest environment possible for our children. The first thing I think we need to do is to put pressure on our kids' schools to make sure that every eligible individual within the school is vaccinated. Parents have to raise their voices now more than ever to make sure that the schools are setting children up for success and not failure. And we do know that high vaccination rates in teachers, staff, and students over the age of 12 will not only protect the vaccinated individuals, but those who aren't eligible to be vaccinated yet, such as children under 12. We have to continue wearing the mask. And it's great that your school is already requiring masks because we know that masks help to reduce transmission of this virus in a school setting. And I would also encourage you to find a comfortable, well-fitted mask that makes it easy for your child to keep it on all day, because that will also make a difference as far as, really helping to reduce the transmission of this virus in a school setting. And hopefully, the school has also implemented other strategies to improve ventilation and to encourage more instruction outdoors when weather permits, and really just continuing with all of the mitigation strategies that we've all been using for the last year and a half with physical distancing and hand washing as well.
Just have to hang on a little longer. That's good advice. All right, Dr. Torres, your turn. This is from Annalisa. She's in California. Look at her question.
I have 2 little ones. Are parents even protecting their kids by getting vaccinated?
Absolutely, by far. Parents are protecting their children by getting vaccinated. And here's the way to look at it. We call it the Swiss cheese approach, doing the layered protection, because everything going on here is like those holes you see in Swiss cheese. They're not necessarily lined up. So if you can get layered protection, you can certainly help out. And that means social distancing. That means wearing masks. That means washing your hands, sanitizing your hands. That means contact tracing, making sure those around them are protected as well, and they're protecting you and your children. But the biggest biggest thing by far is to make sure that the adults around the children are vaccinated, because like we've talked about, children under the age of 12 can't get their vaccines yet. And so the best way to protect them is to make sure that we as adults who are around them are fully vaccinated. That means we're much less likely to catch the virus. We're much less likely to spread the virus to them. But we also know that that's not an absolute. That's not a guarantee. And so that's why you want those other layered approaches as well, especially if you're in different environments, indoors with people who might not be vaccinated. You wear masks, social distance, all those things that we know work. And 2 years ago, none of us would have ever thought about asking somebody's medical status when they come to your house. Well, now it's not rude at all to say, if you're going to come to my house for a play date, if you're going to come to my house for dinner, what's your vaccination status? I want to protect my children. I want to make sure they're safe. Are you fully vaccinated? And if you're not fully vaccinated, it's not rude to say, let's wait until after the pandemic. We'll pick this all up again.
You know what? I'm so glad you mentioned that. And it can be uncomfortable. I had to do it with a relative, a cousin coming into town. I felt bad, but it kind of is what it is, as they say.
Exactly.
I'm going to squeeze in two more questions here. Dr. Carol Scott, we keep talking about masks. Let me get to this question. We've kind of talked about it a little bit, but we have new people tuning in every moment here. This one is it says, my daughter is 4 years old and required to wear a mask in school. Every time I see a photo of my daughter, I see that her mask is not on correctly. How much are masks really protecting our kids? I know we've said it, but let's answer her question.
Okay, so the most important thing is finding a mask that fits correctly and allows for easy breathing. And I have to say, even as a physician, it's hard for me to find a mask that fits comfortably, that decreases my own fidgeting. So I think finding a mask that's made specifically for kids, especially younger kids, that fits properly, allows them to breathe easy without gaps around the sides. And I think even adjustable ear loops are useful as well with younger kids. And I think just reinforcing why masks are important and modeling that behavior when you go out in public with your children, so that it's not just a behavior for the school environment. Kids are inherently rule followers and they want to be good citizens. And so I always make a point to applaud my young patients who wear their mask correctly in the office. And I thank them for helping to protect those around them who could get really sick from the virus if they got infected. And remember too, that the mask alone won't protect kids in school. So it is going to be a layered approach, as we discussed before, which includes vaccinations for those who are eligible, hand washing, the distancing, testing, and contact tracing as well.
All right. So the number one question is there an end in sight? Will this be with us forever? I'm going to have to push a pause button there. You're going to have to answer that question after the break, because we have to take a quick break. So think about that answer, because I think that's what everybody wants to know. So thank you, guys, and we'll talk to you in just a bit. Coming up, and then we have some good stuff here. Stick around. We have kids asking questions later in the show. They're going to do that. All right, up next, how does another school year clouded by a pandemic affect our kids' mental health? There's another layer to all of this, and how can we protect our kids physically and emotionally? Hang with us. We're going to talk with a psychiatrist coming up in just a bit. Stay with us.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back to a Today All Day live special, COVID in the Classroom, a guide to unvaccinated kids. As a mom, I know it is not only our kids' physical health that we all worry about, it's also the mental toll another year of masks and social distancing could have on them. So to answer all of your mental health questions and concerns, we're joined now by board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma. Hi, good to see you today.
Hi, Chanel, great to see you.
Let's dig in here. This is looking like another tough year. Are kids at their breaking points, or are we projecting onto our kids because a lot of parents are stressed?
Yes. So yes and no. So I don't think our kids are at their breaking point because kids are super resilient. But I can tell you this much, Chanel, that the numbers have gone up in 2021 when we look at emergency room visits for children. We know that in February and March of 2021, emergency room visits for teenage girls for suicide attempts had gone up by 50%. The CDC also said that 25 to 30%, they saw an increase in emergency room visits for child mental health, child and adolescent, young adult health. So we do know that the numbers are up. Breaking point, that still remains. And I think a lot of it has to do with what we can do in prevention and early detection and early treatment. That will make the biggest difference.
Let's talk about talking to our kids. I have 3. One of them, an open book, my daughter. I don't even have to ask her a question. My other ones, not so much, especially my oldest. If you have a child who isn't as open to just having a conversation, what kind of questions can we ask our kids to get a better understanding of how they're feeling going into the school year?
I'm so glad that you're saying that really, every child is different. I'm also a mom, and I know that, my opportunities for conversations with kids, they don't work the same way they do with my adult patients. So when I'm talking to adults, if Chanel, you and I were to go for lunch one day, we would talk and, we would say, how are you doing? And, the idea is that we would open up. Children, I noticed 2 big things. One is you have to spend time with them, and it's in those unexpected moments on the way to school, on the way back from ice cream, in the car, when you're hanging out and watching a movie, things will come to them naturally, and usually it takes time for them to warm up and to feel safe and to feel comfortable. So plan for those extended, lengthy, I'm sitting here, I'm waiting for you to talk, but if they don't, ask them questions that are open-ended and neutral. What happens is we often ask questions like, you're not sad, are you? Everything is fine, isn't it? And there's a way to invite conversation and there's a way to shut it down. If you were to have a more neutral, gentle question to say, how is everything? And then make it more narrow and specific. How are you feeling? How are you feeling today? How are you feeling about your friendships? How is that, mean girl or mean boy stuff going on in school? How are you finding your classes? Is it hard? Are you enjoying it? Which is your favorite class? And another thing I find really helpful is asking them about their friend. What I love about this is that it takes the focus off of them, but it still lets you know what's happening in their peer group. And a lot of times children will express what they're feeling through other people. So-and-so is thinking about trying, a substance. So-and-so is talking about getting peer pressured into X and Y. What do you think about that? And they're testing you out. They're feeling you out to see, is this something that's going to make you angry? And the minute they see that you're angry, they're going to want to shut down and move away. So when you notice they're talking about their friends, don't cast a stone on their friend. Be like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder what was going on in that mind. And a lot of times fiction, reading books, watching TV, talking about characters and complicated situations that the characters fall into make it very safe ground for children to talk about their own feelings.
Is there anything, I think you've probably alluded to it, is there anything as parents we can do now to help, I guess, our kids' mental health issues that could surface, especially from this pandemic in the future? Anything else we need to be doing in this moment?
Yes. Number one, we have to recognize the warning signs. I can't stress this enough. It's recognizing the warning signs and then immediately talking to your pediatrician. And don't say to yourself, I might be overreacting. Am I going overboard? Let your doctor be the one to figure that out. And I would say book a mental health visit specifically if you're seeing symptoms or signs of low mood, the person is not getting out of bed, the child isn't interested in activities, their grooming has gone down, they're clingy, they're isolating, they're irritable, they're having difficulty sleeping at night, they don't want to go to school, they're talking about a lot of unexplained symptoms, my head is hurting, my stomach is hurting, and you've gotten everything checked out. they're regressing in their behavior, they're bedwetting. So even a very quick pediatrician visit to say, hey, we're just doing a check-in. How is everything? How is school? And if you need to even leave the room if you think that your child might be open to, but that's something that I would leave up to the parent. But then I would say that even a few sessions of therapy can be really helpful, cognitive behavioral therapy. What we do know is that when kids do access treatment, they get better. What you can do if your child able to access treatment, or you're waiting for an appointment and the wait times have gone up. We're finding that a lot of times when kids go to the ER for psychiatric problems, it might be a panic attack, it might be anxiety attack. They may not get an appointment for a long time. So I would say that carve in morning routines that are just about having fun. If your kid wants to watch a video, let them before school. If they feel really anxious and they want to do deep breathing exercise, have them lay down and put a stuffed animal on their belly and say, let's just count, let's just have fun. Let's see what you can do with your stuffed animal. Can you move it? Some people really find benefit in coloring books. Some people might want to do a quick bike ride. Exercise and movement is super helpful with kids. So is distraction. So is having rewards and planning fun things, having outdoor play dates with vaccinated adults and children that might be eligible. But really just, I call them the 4 M's of mental health: movement, mindfulness, mastery, and meaningful engagement. Get your kid into a new hobby, get them involved in the kitchen. Dylan is always doing that with her son. So get your kids to get their hands dirty, get them to garden, get them to plant, get them in nature, hikes, walking by the water, get them out of their head is my point.
Really quickly, you know what I'm noticing? The little ones, it's easier to facilitate that breathing or yoga or getting my 9-year-old in the kitchen. It's my tween, the 12-year-olds, the 13-year-olds, the 14-year-olds. Those parents are having a tough time trying to reach them for techniques.
Yes, it's really hard. And you know what? Sometimes I say that having a trusted adult or a cousin or somebody that might be closer in their age, if there's a young adult in their family, like an older cousin or a relative in their 20s, like sometimes they're not going to be the be all and end all. And the kids associate a lot of times parents with discipline. You want me to do something, stop annoying me, stop telling me to clean my room. So you might have to pull back a little and pick and choose your battles. And you might have to say, all right, well, you know what? I'm going to triage here, and having a messy room, as long as it's not a sign of depression and that your cleanliness and your hygiene and grooming don't reflect a mental health problem, it's just you and it's a teenager. I know a lot of parents of teens and tweens are saying that my chatty cat daughter or son has stopped talking to me. So understand that there is going to be more of an emphasis on the peer group. They're less interested in you at that age. They're more interested in what the whole world is doing. And I would say that that's okay within reason. And then you might have to put parental locks or limitations on their screen time, know what they're watching, and then just say, hey, do you want to go for mini golf? Do you want to go for a burger? Do you want to go for ice cream? So like, you're not going to have so much conversation, but if you can plug another adult, a counselor, a teacher. One of the greatest things that I saw is I saw a teacher send a sign home to all parents that says, handle with care. And it was a sign that said, if your kid has gone through a rough day, just put this in their folder. And as a teacher, I'll know that you, or as a family, or your child is going stuff at home, and I'll give your kid a pass. So I think it's really great when the teacher and the parent can collaborate and understand that mental health problems don't ever exist in a vacuum. It's really a whole family problem. It's larger, and it's a society issue, and we have to take care of one another. And as a parent, we must absolutely prioritize our mental health. Before I was talking to you, Chanel, I was talking to a couple that I treat, and they have 3 children. And I said to the parents, you have to prioritize your mental health. You guys are the directors of this that you're running. So I'm glad that they took the times to prioritizing themselves and their relationships so they can have a stronger bond, stronger marriage, and then bring them their best selves to their children.
Can I tell you something? I have been talking with you for years, and I think this is one of the best conversations we've ever had. There's so many things that you said that I think will speak to parents, even down to, gosh, I wasn't growing up in a pandemic. In high school, I was super stressed out, A student, and I remember my room was always a mess. And looking back, I think that was the one thing my mom did right. She kind of just let me have a messy room. It was just kind of like my space, my sweet space. She didn't nag about it. And I turned out okay. You know what I mean? I just think sometimes kids need a little grace too. Yeah. Dr. Varma, thank you so much for your time today. All right, up next, questions directly from the voices that matter most, our kids. That's right after this.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to a Today All Day live special, COVID in the Classroom, a guide to unvaccinated kids. Our goal when we began working on this special was to help you prepare to safely and confidently send your child back to school. We know as parents we have a lot of questions for the experts, but so do our kids. So we asked them to let us know what was on their minds. And to help us answer those questions, we're back with board-certified pediatrician and medical director at the South Miami Children's Clinic, Dr. Tina Carroll Scott. Thank you again for talking with us. So let's hear from some kiddos, shall we?
Sure.
Okay, so our first one is from, I like this name, Ashton. He's 5 years old. Listen to this.
Is it safe for me to eat lunch and snack at school?
That's a fair question.
Yeah, and it's actually a great question. And I think the easiest way to answer you is to say that there are safer ways for you to eat lunch and snacks at school, which will help to reduce the spread of this virus. Probably the first thing is distancing. And so even, being away from another student, a minimum of 3 feet is helpful. And I know that's not always possible in all school settings, but the further away that you can be away from another student during lunch, the better off it's going to be as far as reducing spread. If you live in an area where the weather permits and your school allows you to eat outside, that's also a great option. The more ventilation you have, the better it is as far as reducing transmission of this virus. And there are some schools that are also allowing students to eat meals in the classroom with the same group of students. And that also has been found to be helpful as far as reducing transmission of the virus. But there's no 100% effective way to do that in a school setting with, especially during lunch and with eating snacks. But again, trying your best is all that we can ask. And I wouldn't get very stressed out about that. The most important thing is that you're in school and you're able to socialize with your friends and hopefully have a more normal experience this school year than last school year.
All right, let's squeeze in one more. 6-year-old Joaquin. Take a listen to this.
Is using hand sanitizer at school the same as washing my hands?
So it's not exactly the same. So washing your hands with soap and water for at least 20 seconds is the preferred method. But with that said, that may not always be available to you in a school setting. And so using hand sanitizer is a great second option. And making sure that you're choosing a hand sanitizer that's alcohol-based. And you're probably not going to know this, but hopefully your school has alcohol-based sanitizers that have at least 60% alcohol. And that's a great option as well and more readily available.
We only have seconds left. Is there an end in sight? I teased this. This was the number one question. What would you say?
Yeah, so there is an end in sight because all pandemics eventually end. But I think we have to decide as a society, how we want that ending to look. And if we value not only our own lives, but those of people that we may not even know. And I think that's, what's clear from everything that we've seen over the last few months is that the vaccines are a key component to ending this. And it can't be only certain individuals or groups getting vaccinated. It's going to take every eligible citizen doing the right thing.
Dr. Carol Scott, to all of our experts, thank you for talking with us today. I'm sure we'll be talking to you again. And as you can tell, information is constantly evolving, so be sure to check with your district and your state. This has been an excellent conversation. I hope it's been helpful for you. We'll see you soon.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo! Jerusalem, Zion, the true shining city on a hill, home to one God, 3 religions, and many more names. In Arabic, Al-Quds. In Hebrew, Yerushalayim. For Christians, a place of pilgrimage. We are walking where the Bible says Jesus himself walked 2,000 years ago. To visit Jerusalem is to travel back in time, into history, and yet, in this holy citadel, facts and faith are not always friends.
Hello.
Good to meet you.
Good to
Father
see you.
David Grenier from the Order of St. Francis here in Jerusalem meets us at the house where Jesus is thought to have held the Last Supper.
Take this and divide it among yourselves.
When the Romans came, they destroyed the temple and they destroyed this place also. But they rebuilt it on the same place.
The evidence, he says, is in the very walls. This is a city where every stone has a story.
This size of rock could have come from the Temple of Jerusalem. This became the most important place spiritually for the first Christians.
And while you can never be confident anything here is what it's said to be, these are, reputedly, the very steps Jesus would have taken on his way to Gethsemane on the eve of his crucifixion. Normally, only the Pope is allowed in here. The first thing that strikes me when I'm here is how peaceful it is, and the torture that Jesus was going through when he was said to be here.
He knew what was coming. The whip and the crown of thorns and the nails. He knew everything, but he stayed here.
And this is where Judas kissed and betrayed him. according to the Bible. The Church of St. Peter, built, some believe, on the ruins of the palace of the high priest where Jesus was interrogated. This is where they say Jesus would have spent his last night, the night before his crucifixion, in a dungeon, a cell. To see Jerusalem for yourself is to truly comprehend how all these biblical events happened in an exceptionally small area. Father David takes me to the Old City, where Jesus was sentenced by Pontius Pilate.
Today we see the mosques. In the time of Jesus, it was the Temple of Jerusalem. So in the place where we stand was the Roman fortress Antonia. That was the place where Pilate would have been.
This is the first of the Stations of the Cross.
That's the first station.
So now we are quite literally walking in the footsteps of Jesus, following the 14 Stations of the Cross. So we've reached the fourth station.
Yes, that's the place where Jesus met his mother.
So this is the fifth station.
Yeah, that's where Simon of Cyrene helped Jesus to carry his cross. Important footsteps over here, because we're entering the Basilica of the Holy Sepulchre.
This is the church which believers say contains the final 4 Stations of the Cross.
Underneath the altar, we can touch the rock of Golgotha, in the place where the cross of Jesus was.
And the Ediculae, thought by some scholars to house the remains of Jesus' grave. For Christians, the holiest shrine of all. The very place, it is said, where Christ's body was brought after the crucifixion. To come here for the first time and to imagine that this is where Jesus was resurrected, it's awe-inspiring. But did events take place exactly where they happened thousands of years ago? There's no scientific proof. That is perhaps the very definition of faith. Next, we'll explore how looking for the truth here is never easy.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
King David's city, where Solomon's temple stood, where scripture says the holiest of holies housed the Ark of the Covenant. The city visited, it is said, by Muhammad himself in a single night. Myth and mystery are in the DNA of Jerusalem. Yet that does not stop archaeologists here looking for the truth of the Old Testament, searching with the scripture in one hand and a trowel in the other. Deep underground in Jerusalem, archaeologists hope to find biblical clues beneath the layers of Roman occupation at the Western Wall.
So we're underneath the men's prayer area in the Western Wall plaza. The men are standing above our heads. They think they're standing on floor. Well, they're not. They're hanging 10 meters in air.
Pilgrims thousands of years ago.
We joined Doran Spellman to witness what has been the world's biggest historical dig.
And you can imagine this was open to the sun. It was a beautiful pilgrimage road here.
In the time of King David, people walked this road to the Siloam Pool, mentioned in the Bible.
There was music, there was incense, there were people singing. All of this is written about in Jewish texts. And now I'm reading Nehemiah chapter 3. And he built the wall of the Shiloach pool next to the king's garden as far as the steps that go down from the city of David. I've got something to show you here. Look at that.
Wow. What's down there?
That is an access route into the underground sewer of the city.
This ancient tunnel is built at the time of King Herod, around 2,000 years ago.
If we look at the Bible, this is Exodus chapter 39. It's talking about the robe worn by the high priest of Israel. And it says they also made bells of pure gold and attached the bells all around the hem of the robe. So the high priest is walking over here somewhere, and a golden bell tears off, goes through the drain, ends up in this tunnel, and 2,000 years later, we pull it out of the ground.
But in these layers of history, is there evidence of biblical Jewish kings? David or Solomon? If there is, says archaeologist Doran Ben-Ami, he has not found it.
The Bible never intended to speak history. It has its own purposes, but not telling you history.
King David, Solomon.
Nothing is here.
Archaeologist Israel Finkelstein says finding proof in the past is not easy.
The question is whether Jerusalem was this golden age city in the 10th century BC. So we are dealing with memories, tales, myths.
The excavations have sparked controversy. These tunnels are beneath Palestinian homes. Above ground, one of Islam's holiest sites, the Al-Aqsa Mosque. In places, the search for answers beneath this city is unsettling communities above ground, looking for the religious truths of the past, disturbing people in the present. Now we leave Jerusalem, 20 miles out of the city, to a remote hilltop where archaeologist Yosef Garfinkel has found another kernel of evidence. So we're entering a city in the kingdom of King David.
Yes, and this is the biblical city of Sha'araim.
Your very big discovery was actually through something quite small.
Olive pits, yeah.
Olive pits.
Just olive pits.
Helped you figure this out.
And they gave us the dating. The dating is 1000 BC.
Okay.
So olive trees like this lived here already 3000 years ago.
It's amazing that little olives can lead to a discovery so big. The fortress town overlooks the Elah Valley and a famous biblical battle. This is where David fought Goliath.
This is exactly the location, yes.
So if we'd been standing here 3,000 years ago, from here we'd have been able to watch David battle Goliath.
Sure.
Was King David here? Of course, like every story here, some say yes, some say no. What is not in doubt is that around the same time, Jews were writing about who they were. Books which became fundamental to the way many of us see ourselves today. And for that, we are heading deeper into the desert, over the vast salt lake called the Dead Sea, to this desolate valley, where a secret was hidden for more than 2,000 years. It was to become one of the most important biblical finds of all time. This, the very place where, in 1947, texts that became world-renowned as the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in these caves by a Bedouin shepherd boy.
And he noticed this open. He wanted to find a golden coins or a gold treasure or a diamond or whatever. But he didn't understand that what he found are much more than gold and diamonds. 10 jars, some of them were broken. And when he opened one jar, he saw 3 scrolls.
A Jewish tribe, in terror of the Romans, placed jars containing precious parchments in the caves, planning to return later. They never did.
It's incredible to imagine them in here, hiding those early biblical texts.
But that's not the end of the story.
Every fragment is important.
It's like opening the oldest Bible in the world. This laboratory, home to 25,000 fragments of the scrolls, is still discovering hidden words in the parchment.
You see, it says here Zamra. Zamra means to sing.
Wow, this is a word that you never knew was there. They are using advanced image technology designed to detect patterns in the darkness of space.
So you think about the people sitting in the cave in the desert with no tech at all, and then we are investigating them with the super high-tech technology.
Utilizing the light spectrum and highly tuned cameras, the computer highlights even blackened scriptures.
The bottom parts are completely illegible.
And today, they are reading scrolls that are like coal.
You can see
the words mystically revealed.
Yes.
70 years after they were found in a cave.
It is amazing to read now all the black parts of the bottom of the scrolls which were connected to the soil. Today we can read them with all this technology. It is amazing.
A biblical jigsaw puzzle gives some clues about the Old Testament texts and about the times in which Jesus lived. Next, we travel across the desert, as did those three wise men, to the place where Jesus was born.
U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our journey in the footsteps of Jesus takes us to the Negev Desert, from where the Bible says 3 kings came, wise men, following a star. Good to see you. 2 millennia later, I go stargazing with amateur astronomers Wafa and Dawood. Great place to see the stars. They came on camels, records the Bible, from the east, bearing gifts. Traveling through the desert,
Yes.
that would have been the best place for them to follow a star.
Of course.
They were the astronomers of their day.
They were experts in astronomy. They were using the science of astrology.
Like all stories here, there are question marks.
If a star just appears, we can't conclude that there was an earthquake, a birth or a death. That's just mythology.
But according to the Bible, This is where the star guided the three kings to Bethlehem. And after 2,000 years, Main Street hasn't changed that much. This may be where the three wise men arrived in Bethlehem.
Yes, actually this is one of the oldest streets at that time from where the three wise men came to Bethlehem.
It's now called
Star Street.
Star Street.
The sign of the wise men.
You can still buy some of those gifts that the three kings brought with them.
They sell all kinds of spices.
Frankincense and myrrh. You have
to light it to burn it, yes.
Right.
Frankincense.
Wow. Look at that.
So expensive.
Oh. This is a gift from kings.
Yes.
Yeah, for a new baby. And the third gift?
Expensive. I don't have gold.
You don't have any gold?
No.
This is the very spot where it's believed the three kings came to. Called the Church of the Nativity, it was built some 1,700 years later above what is thought to be that humble stable where Jesus was born. Look at this entrance. You enter through this tiny doorway. But once inside, the detail is exquisite, it's beautiful. From such humble beginnings, this incredible church and incredible story. Today's Bethlehem is beset by conflict, located in the West Bank, flanked by a wall Israel built to section off the Palestinians who live here and prevent terror attacks. But raised every year in the heart of this holy city, the Christmas tree is a symbol with a different message. And at home, gathered around their own little tree, this Christian-Palestinian family will also celebrate Christmas. Do you like Christmas?
Yes.
Why do you like it?
We celebrate together and we have fun and we play games.
The Christmas message, as strong as ever.
That little child who is born every year, he gives us hope. He gives us hope that a better future will be coming.
Hope is the enduring promise of this holy land, where competing stories have brought conflict for thousands of years. The flame of hope keeps burning.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Egypt, a country that goes back far into history, where the dead were more illustrious than the living, a society dedicated to the afterlife. Massive monuments celebrate its great kings and queens, their bodies mummified and laid to rest for eternity inside colossal pyramids. Or, like in the Valley of the Kings, buried in hidden tombs beneath the desert. This is the tomb of Ramesses III. Ramesses was murdered in a plot masterminded by his wife, Queen Tia. The slain pharaoh was entombed here 3,000 years ago. But his mummy is not here. So where did it go? The answer to that question was buried at the top of this mountain.
They're singing for you. I don't care.
Singing for me?
Yes.
Dr. Zahi Hawass is Egypt's leading archaeologist. He's taking me into a narrow shaft, 50 feet down, inside the mountain.
Hi, how are you?
أهلا وسهلا مرحبا بك شرفتنا.
يلا رئيس علي.
To a sealed entrance.
Okay, Kurt. Watch out for the snakes.
Watch out for the snakes.
Yeah.
It's really claustrophobic. In these tunnels, 150 years ago, archaeologists made an astonishing discovery.
They found mummy after mummy after a mummy, the greatest pharaohs who ruled Egypt in the time of the Golden Age.
The mummies had been taken from their tombs and reburied here in antiquity to protect them from tomb raiders. Among the 50 royal mummies discovered here, they found Ramesses, and beside him, a strange and terrifying corpse.
A screaming mummy.
The screaming mummy. It sounds intriguing, but who was he? To answer that question, I traveled to Cairo and its famous Egyptian Museum on the trail of a 3,000-year-old murder mystery. In a back room in the museum, I am shown the unmarked coffin found in the cave. The serene face carved on the lid is very different from the one inside. The screaming mummy had been executed, experts here think, for the murder of Ramesses.
Look, you can see evidence of hanging his hair. They put him under the ropes. He could and stay like this. That's why the screaming mummy has open mouth.
Many of Egypt's royal mummies were embalmed here, under the watchful eyes of the Sphinx, in this temple.
Mummification happening here.
It was a 70-day process, pretty gruesome too.
First step, empty the body of mummy from everything.
All of the insides were out.
Just only heart.
Leave the heart.
Leave heart. Brain, empty from nose, here.
They emptied the brain from the mummy through the nose.
Yeah.
It's like a horror movie.
It's happening really.
Across Cairo, in this lab, using the latest scanning technology, radiologist Professor Sahar Salim has examined many of those royal mummies.
This is the CT scan of Ramses III, showing the skull. They removed the brain and they placed large amount of glue-like material called the resin. This is the perfect type of mummification, the royal quality mummification.
But the screaming mummy, she says, is different. Very different.
This is the screaming mummy skull. Unlike Ramses III and all the royals, the brain was not removed. It was left there. The remaining organs are left to desiccate and to dry.
The screaming mummy was left to rot.
Yes.
The body of the screaming mummy holds other secrets too. When scientists took DNA samples from the mummies found in the cave and compared them, they made an astonishing discovery. The screaming mummy was none other than the king's own son. His name was Pentaor, And his crime? Plotting with his mother, Queen Tia, to kill his father and steal the throne. He was sentenced by the royal court. This is a court document.
It is the court judgment. In this papyri, we can know how this boy, Pentaor, was in front of the court and they asked him to hang himself.
His punishment, the worst of all ancient Egyptian curses, to deny him happiness in the afterlife. He was never properly mummified.
This son who killed his father will go to hell.
But what about his mother, the evil queen behind the murder plot? She is still missing. New and spectacular finds are being made here all the time. Recently, in the Valley of the Kings, archaeologists unearthed 20 elaborately decorated coffins of priests and high-ranking women. They were found just a few feet beneath the sand, where they had lain undisturbed for over 30 centuries. This, the moment so many around the world have been waiting for. Inside, a perfectly preserved mummy. Dr. Hawass was on hand to oversee the event.
These are the best coffins I've ever seen for this period.
His team has also discovered a lost city in the desert, the most important find since Tutankhamun, says Dr. Hawass. Now he is on the greatest quest of his career.
Another mystery.
Another tomb.
Another tomb.
Undiscovered.
Undiscovered.
A search for the tomb of Queen Nefertiti. She was the beautiful stepmother of Tutankhamun.
It was my dream since I was a child to look for her.
For Dr. Hawass, she is the ultimate prize. And he believes her tomb may be intact somewhere in this remote valley.
It's a perfect place for the tomb of Nefertiti to be hidden here.
So he keeps digging, uncovering the mysteries of this ancient land.
Secrets. You never know what the sand of Egypt may hide.
With 85,000 square miles of desert to explore, that's a lot of places to hide those secrets.
Hello to all our friends who are tuning into Today All Day.
It's our favorite streaming channel, so thank you all for joining us for our digital show, Today in 30. We got a lot to get to, right? So we should probably get started. First up, COVID cases still rising. Our conversation with Dr. Anthony Fauci on the new vaccination push.
Plus, we're answering all your pressing questions when it comes to keeping your kids safe in school. Also, our friend Jill Martin is here to introduce